Okay. I believe we are live. Let's try to stop this from syncing. So, hello everyone. Hello everyone in VODs who are here this early. Very different setup than our regular setup. Seeing that I'm actually showing my face today. Not that I'm usually shy, actually shy about that, because, you know, it's all over the channel and stuff. But, I don't know. We did a huge cleanup today, and the spot where I usually put the camera is gone, so I need to figure out something else to do to get the regular camera angle you guys are accustomed to, so. But, I'm very happy, because we have the Christmas tree, and my niece has decorated it for me. So, I figured why not go back to the old camera angle. Flex the Christmas tree and get into the Christmas spirit. So very different. We'll see how it goes today. And of course, let me just copy and paste the link, because live updates stopped working recently. I'm not sure why. Either way. Second. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. All right. So now that some basic housekeeping's out of the way, we shall resume with some development. Also, I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if this is new or different, but I'm not sure why this is not why my i3 headers are okay. We just have to do a little refresh and now that works. Cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure why my i3 headers were blocking things, but whatever. It's fine. It's back to the way it was. Hey, what's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you, pal. Me old friend, me old chum. One second, let me move this bad boy here. I have to rebuild this a little bit. One second, I have to build my layout to be a little bit more optimum. There we go. But yeah, man. As you can see, Christmas layout time. The Christmas tree is out, Thanksgiving is past, and now we're entering the holiday season, so I'm excited. Face reveal? I mean, there's no real face reveal, since my face has been on the channel before, but my sister cleaned up my basement in like a whole different way. She cleans in a way I just cannot possibly do. So the spot where my camera usually is gone. So I have to get a new stand, but until I do that, I kind of don't have a spot to put the camera. So we're just gonna go back to the old original stream not overlay. It's still very much different, but we're going back to the old camera angle for this stream, and then we'll probably go back to the old one whenever I get that camera stand, either in the mail or I go to Staples or something. Oh well. Yeah, we've been here, man. Could use some more CRT. Yeah, we don't have enough CRTs over here. There's not enough CRTs going on. There's a distinct lack of CRTs over here. And it's crazy because the wobbly, this causes warbling here and there. Like if I turn this off, things go normal again. But if I turn this guy back on, because I think there's some magnetic interference. But yeah, I gotta say, this is a little bit odd though, because even though it's not technically a face reveal, but I think I haven't actually done a stream with my face since this channel started like popping off, so you know, I believe it does count. I suppose it does count. Anyways, yesterday we're doing stuff, And I cannot remember for the life of me what we're doing. We were doing something. There's a weird bug we were dealing with. Also, why is there stains on this? Why is my key messed up? Like this key in particular, it's like someone stained it or something. Maybe I was doing stuff with oil today? I don't know. I had a plow snow today. Alright, so we fixed a couple of different bugs. And we got this lane highlight thing working. It's not perfect. There's that one dumb bug. I haven't looked into stuff, but whatever. We'll live with it for now. And then we have some basic UI for indicating, hey, you received some damage. And we can even show like the state of your brakes. The more you hard brake, you can see how your brakes fade out quicker. So yeah. So I think we're getting very close to having just some kind of Discord playtest session soon. Some things I do want to do. We have to prioritize some things. We have to think about whether or not we're going to have the economy be introduced. If so, I'll do the shop stuff today. Or if you want to do a bit of game polish. Not polish, but start like actually caring about aesthetics and things. But I think, because there's some additional things I want to do. Like if you hit an object, time dilates for a second and then picks back up. But that might be in the realm of polish as opposed to, or I guess the thing we should really work on is end state for this, because like there's no way to get to the end really without dying. So we have to have a way of either transitioning to another level, or but maybe we'll save that for after. Yeah, I think we might just start with the basics, not mechanic, but the basic economy. So a basic shop view, a basic all that kind of stuff, and then just work from there. I think that might be with the focus for today. Trig functions for graphic design. Oh yeah, that was a whole thing. I still haven't looked at ATAN or at ATAN 2. But we will cross that bridge when we get there. We will deal with that bridge and burn it once we get there. Isn't it crazy? Like when we have this guy on, we have this happen here, but then we turn that off. Bam. Doop, 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 doop. It's pretty wild, man. All right. Anyways, so yeah, let's. I think we should start going into. We have the brake configs. We made the parts registry. We have the scriptable object resource thing. I think we might just make like a simple parts registry here, and then start putting things. Yeah. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna build this registry here and then kind of go from there. Now with the face cam, yeah, just for now. We're gonna go back soon to the other thing, but for today, until I get a camera stand, we're just kind of living like this. It is what it is. It is what it is. Which is fine. Besides, I get to show off the Christmas tree. My nieces decorated it. It was great. They actually did a pretty good job. I gotta say, like I didn't have to move that much at all. Like one bulb, I think that's it. So, yeah, the Christmas tree came out pretty nice. I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with the Christmas tree. Also, let me move this a little bit further out here. But yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta have the Christmas cam. And besides, even though we can't see the normal Magnavox one here, we at least have the wall of CRTs right here, so it counts for something, right? It's gotta count for something. We'll see. And then of course we have the blinding light, because things aren't lit very well, or you can't see. I can't control this camera's ISO values for the screen capture, so it's like, it's terrible. I have to like blind myself with light. So I used to have to use either a hat or glasses. But what's nice about streaming with the old view is that the light's facing the CRT, not my eyes or face, so I don't get like literally burnt by the lights. But it is what it is. Today we're just gonna do this thing, get some work done, say GG. So we have this parts registry. We have this parts registry instance, which we're gonna move into here. We're gonna keep it just part, because there should only be one parts registry, right? And then we're gonna have like the different engines that can be purchased. So there's like the default engine, and there's gonna be the default brakes. And then I have to think about like some more, like we have these different types of parts for different parts of the, like we have these different, essentially products for each component of a engine. In this universe, I kind of feel like we should have some marketing in game for these types of parts, you know? Like they had different visual identity and different kind of marketing or whatever, or taglines or something. Or branding. Yeah, because we're going to do the shop view, we're going to have a list of all the different items, and then a state of, okay, did they buy it, did they not buy it, etc., etc. And beyond that, we might want to have some filter options too for like pricing or owned or whatnot. So we're going to have to probably do a bunch of other kind of tangential game stuff today. Or more game like save data oriented things. Like we have to start building the shop data or shop state. We have our vehicle configuration here, which is cool, and that's great. And we're gonna do a loading version of this later, but yeah, we have to do. I think I'm already foreseeing things that are gonna be required in order to properly have all this information organized. So I realized application is not within a folder called application, which kind of bothers me, but it's fine. It's fine. Byte config, CCDK, graphics, levels. Okay, we're gonna create a new folder. I'm not sure we're gonna call it shop, let's say. And then we're gonna create a new thing called shop data. And essentially what it's going to boil down to is likely going to be like, I know one thing we probably want to have for sure is going to be some kind of registry for the parts. So we have like, we could do like based off this. No, not creating a new dictionary. What was it? Using system dot collections dot generic. There we go. Engine. And then what are we going to call this? Engine states. And why are you mad? Why are you mad? Incorrect number of type. Oh yeah, because it's a lookup table. So we can do a simple thing like Boolean, like, hey, did you purchase this or did you not purchase it? But I think we might have other stuff, like maybe we have unlockables where these are available to purchase if and only if certain conditions are met. So it can be like shop item state. Or maybe it can even just be a simple enum, because if it's locked, you clearly haven't bought it. So yeah, we can do E. What's going on here? I'll be stress testing the Nightbot commands as you go about the stream. Yeah, it's gonna be a chill stream, I think. I think what draws a lot of people in is the CRT, so the fact that we're not showing that today prominently, it's gonna be probably a laid-back stream. It'll be like the same thing if we did like a horizontal stream, I imagine, so. I think today's gonna be a day for the regulars, for the boys. The regulars. Isn't working anymore? Oh no, there's no display, no hard drive. Like, no! F's in chat for 32-bit in the Discord. I'm just gonna do a little. Let me find it. I'm just gonna pay some respects. Keyboard sick? Let's go, man. Stress testing stream. I'm glad you dig I'm glad you dig it, man. So anyways, private enum, or actually no, public enum. And let's say item state. And then we can start defining, and it's gonna be E, item state. So E item state. What are the three places states it can be in? It can be locked, which is the default. It can be unpurchased, and then it can be purchased. Is there a better word than unpurchased? Like not sold, maybe? Or available for purchase, for sale. I think that's fine. Anyway, we're gonna have like a lookup table for all these different components. E item state. Beautiful. I'm not sure why you're angry. Oh, because I have two, yeah. So now it's gonna be the different thing. It's gonna be the breaks. E item state. Break state. And then of course, new initializer. Very nice. And then of course chips as well. Cool. So we have this basic information that's going to be stored at any given point in time. And the question is, if we're going to have unlocks potentially, where items like locked for whatever reason, how are we going to flag an item to be marked as that? And then of course we're going to have like this save and load thing, which we'll deal with later. But it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, you create an empty instance of this class, and then there's like a public void load, and you give it a stream of whatever type, and then we're able to construct data there. And then there's also the same equivalent thing, but now called saving, which saves this object to the target stream you just provided, and that's going to be just good enough for everyone involved. I know, I got a face troll from it. It's pretty nuts, man. It's pretty wild. It scares me, man. It terrifies me. Thank you, Idle Mains. We're working on a shop right now for the game. So less flashy, not as fun visually, but it's the work that needs to get done. We got to have this kind of state information for if you've bought an object or if you haven't bought an object and what its price is. In fact, we can probably have the idea of price be tied to these guys, because we actually don't specify that either here. Like I might make a thing like, because we have the CC scriptable item, which is just a general thing that I have because we do items frequently, but I think it might be worth making like, no, we're not going to do another level of inheritance hierarchy. We could just do, we could just do this. O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're gonna do interface I shop item, and it's just gonna define a property called price for right now. Or actually maybe two things. Property of price. I might make this super simple and not float based, but be integer based. I don't know, in price, it's gonna require a getter, and then maybe a boolean for if it's locked. And that can be fine. So if this is locked, then we have to initialize it with whatever, and then go from there. So our shop data, private void awake, this is going to initialize the default version of this, and then if we have saved data, we can kind of load it from there. But for right now, we're going to load up our parts registry for our bikes. Registry is going to equal to resources.load parts registry, and it's going to have the same name. In fact, let's just tidy this up a little bit. Parts registry, nice. Now we have this, but honestly, I feel like for this kind of thing, we should actually even just have this be just statically available, or not statically, but you know, available within the scope of this class. So, in fact, why did I do it like that? I could have just done, yeah. Oh my goodness. There we go. Pre-append this. Get rid of this. Pre-append that. Beautiful. And now we have a registry, and then we can start building these data structures here. So we can iterate through. Actually, we can do this. We can iterate through engine states. And I think for each is fine in this case scenario. No. We want to iterate on registries, engines, for each. Nice. And then we can do, let's change this to be engine. I don't know why the auto suggested name is always super verbose. What have you? We have engine dot. Oh, you know what? We didn't implement that interface we just created, didn't we? Yeah, we just created this interface, but we didn't actually integrate it into anything. So we have to do I shop item, and you have to implement these members, which is fine. And then within here, we're gonna move this up a little bit. So it'll be part of this, and we're gonna add private serialized field, private int price, and then this guy is just gonna point to that instead. So I'm not going to use this abstraction. I just like using interface sometimes just to ensure that these things have this parameter that we've defined. It makes life a bit more I don't know, manageable. Okay. Very nice. I think we're gonna have these properties be together up here and have these serialized properties just be next to each other. And I'm gonna do this formatting. I usually hate this formatting, but honestly, I don't even care. It doesn't have this thing on top of it, which makes it really noisy for me. So we have this, and we're literally gonna yoink it. And we're gonna be just going to the other scriptables here, like breaks, and applying the same thing within the header. I shop item. Cool, and then we can go into chips, and they're going to be applying the same thing. I shop item, and then paste these there. Perfect. I also want to work on. I want to make a hull category as well. I think that's critical. We should really do that. So I think that'll be another change we do today. Just got here. What are we working on today? We're working on a game. Let me show you in a second. I'll show you some gameplay of it so you can get a feel for what we're doing. Let me switch real quick, and then we're going to take a look at just exactly what is going on here. It needs to be interchanged. Which one? Looks like one of the game prompts need to be interchanged. We have the FNF command. Like, there's this command here. Or unless you're talking about Messy Mansion. I should really make it more specific. Oh, what's up, Jocelyn? It's good to see you, Jocelyn. Do you like my outfit, Freed Hoper? I'm not sure. I haven't seen your outfit, man, so I can't really comment on it. So, yeah. So here we go. Here's the game. So, it's a remake of Fight and Flight, my old game I did 5 years ago, and we are going to 3D, baby. Yeah, we're going to 3D. And we've gotten quite a lot done here. So we have the basics of, hey, this is how you move around the cylinder. We have the warning for the objects. We have this braking system where if you're going really fast and you need to change, you can press in the opposite direction and it will stop your momentum, but you're fading your brakes out. So the next time you try doing that same maneuver, your brakes are going to be not as effective. And now if I speed up right now and I try doing that, it doesn't stop as immediate anymore. So yeah, that's how it, there's quite a number of mechanics here. And then we have our whole health, whole horse. And if we keep damaging and hitting objects, we eventually will get a game over. And all these components for the engine are variable. So we can actually make specific types of engines with different acceleration profiles. So maybe some slow down, are very slow to speed up, and then once you get it going, it has like a higher max acceleration. Maybe there's others that are not very fast. They don't have a top speed that's very big, but you're able to change your acceleration very quickly. So you have tighter controls, and there might be some that are better at both those things. Either way, there's gonna be a shop that lets you configure all these different components of your engine, from the brakes to the speed of your acceleration profile for your engine, as well as even your frame. And I'm even thinking right now of even adding weight to it. So like, yeah, you can have a beastly engine, but there's also this factor of weight that can affect things. But maybe that might be too much variables for a user to factor in for like a game that's meant to be pretty casual. Yeah, you die, and then we go back to the garage. So if we go into our and sorry if I'm like have a little sniffles. I was out plowing snow like crazy today. We had to do it multiple times because it's snowing like crazy over here. But yeah, if we look at the basics of our game engine, or not game engine, our game's architecture, or just the game loop, the essential game loop, you'll see it's basically just three components. You have your garage, you have your level, and then you have your shop. And the level produces coins that you can use in the shop or some kind of currency, and the shop lets you purchase and configure your machine. and then lets you go back to the level, and you access all these things through the garage. So we have the level and garage made, and now we're starting to build out the shop, and we have to manage all the details about how we save data, well, we're not doing the save data yet, but I'm making the signatures for the functions, so how that's going to work, and we have to make sure we have a basic idea of how we're going to structure the data and centralize it, and then how we're going to make the views for the game be updated based off of that. It's a whole thing. Please show us the part of the code design with math. It's all of it, dude. It's all of it. You can check the stream. Yesterday's stream was all about dealing with costs and, oh, it's gone now. But dealing with some properties of assign and how it works, and all this fun, weird edge cases that emerge. Like this little effect you see here, like I got it mostly working very quickly, but there's a little thing that's a little bugged out here that we just couldn't get working. We just couldn't figure it out. And I spent like 3 or 4 hours yesterday just trying to figure it out and trying to cross off a bunch of different possibilities for it. We haven't gotten it, but at this point, I think I'd rather just work on getting the rest of the game functional, and then we're going to start moving on to making it look pretty and everything. But yeah. Yeah, I'm solo developing it. Code, music, art, which is why I'm kind of forcing myself to just focus on doing the mechanics and get everything laid out first before I start getting lost in the sauce of aesthetics and art and presentation and all that. Also, 1 second, guys. Let me go blow my nose. Be right back. 1 second. Gosh, man. Snow is a killer, man. Snow is a killer. All right. Gosh, and that's why you have the hat to block the light from hitting my eyes so much. It gets so bright. It just gets so freaking bright, man. But yeah, that's pretty sick. How did you end up fixing that yellow beam yesterday? We didn't fix it. We didn't. That's the problem. That's the thing that's killing me, Game Assassin, is we didn't fix it. I thought it was just a simple thing like, oh, maybe the way I'm handling assign is incorrect. Maybe there's discontinuity. There's a discontinuity between the values beyond negative half pi and half pi. Warning, I'm about to just blind you. Let's go to low contrast mode, reverse contrast mode. Yeah, we do if we do sine. Can I just do this? -1, and you're gonna work. Yeah, so I was like, maybe it's just due to the discontinuity in values when we exceed 90 degrees and -90 degrees or half pi. So we did some manual things to kind of correct for the different quadrants. Someone mentioned using atan or atan squared, which maps to like -360 or 360, or it maps to 2 pi or -2 pi. Either way, like it's we didn't figure it out. I didn't figure it out. But at the same time, I'm like, you know what? This is not the end of the world, since it largely works, and even in the state where it doesn't work, it's still doing the thing that it needs to do, which is show like, hey, this is where you're at currently. It's just like a little jank that like this lane gets partitioned in 2 pieces. So I'm not sure. We haven't figured it out. And you know what? Most of the times we win. We figure it out. We dominate. We conform the code into our will. We bend it. But yesterday I got bent. That's what happened. I got bent, and we just couldn't get unfolded. So yeah, we're gonna save this for later. This is good enough for user testing, and we're just gonna start implementing the rest of the game's game loop, so that we can actually validate if it is actually fun and if this idea works. Oh, my bad. So, yeah, it happens. Sometimes you're the king, and then other times you're the buster. It's all right. It's all right. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. What's going on, Daryl Compton? Good to see you again, man. Looks pretty good. Yeah, it works. It gets the job done. And we will come back to this. I'm gonna come back to. I'm gonna go into a cave. I'm gonna go into a woods with my laptop and just this repository and that machine. I'm gonna do a fresh install. It's just gonna be like Catchy OS, this repository, and Writer, and we're just gonna go into the woods, and either I come out or I never come out again. That's just how it is. But we'll see. We'll see if I end up committing to that. But now we're in a more easy, not that crazy territory. The less math-oriented landscape of just managing application state. It's kind of the vegetables. It's like the most not exciting thing, but also it's the thing you need to do to make the game be a game. So you gotta do what you gotta do. In this case, we are doing engine.isLocked. I'm sorry. I think you thought I stuttered. I said engine locked. There we go. And we're gonna set. What are we gonna do? We can try to be fancy and do engine state.add engine, and then what do we want to do? Engine, and then we can do. I kind of want to be a little fancy. We're gonna do a little ternary operator where you just go, hey, if this is locked, stop it. If this is locked, it's gonna be e-locked. Otherwise, it's gonna be available for sale. This is the default. We're just doing the default state. We're building the default state of this application. That's all we're doing right now. This is what the game's gonna look like on the fresh install. We're gonna build the registry like this, and then from there we might do some other things. So there's an actual save file. Then we're gonna be like, all right, let's load your data from a save file. And use that instead. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. And then it's going to be break state. Cool. Honestly, I could have probably solved this with some kind of abstract. I mean, we already have the abstraction existing, but whatever. We'll just keep things discrete. It's not the end of the world. Chips, no chips. And then I think I need to make the call of adding the hole now as well. I think it's just worth doing it. So we're just gonna go here. And honestly, I feel inclined just to. I hate having to use Unity's the file system. Okay, what is this called again? Is it called shop scenes graphics bike config cd bike? Okay, and then we can make a new thing called, I don't know, hull.cs. And then it's going to exist now, and I should be able to go here and hopefully type in hull.cs. No. Accidentally broke some stuff. Chisp states. Okay, cool. And then we're going to do some stuff here. This can be a CC scriptable item, and it's also going to be inheriting from shop item. Cool. You're going to do the terms we have here. In fact, there's going to be a lot of similarity in terms of the things in your struct. So we're just going to go here, and we're just going to yoink these bad mamma jammas. And I think that should be it. Yep. Because everything else should be derived from the base class, and I don't think hull, maybe hull is going to have another property for health, so it's going to be integer, I don't know, health. So we can have like a maximum health that this has, and that should be good enough, and we can change the game's current data for that later as well. And then, honestly, this feels very redundant to say state. I think we're just going to do chips until any further notice. And then you're going to be hull. I'm sorry, I believed I was talking to you. There we go. And then parts registry needs to have this new category that we just added called hull. Nope. I missed the IBM keyboard. I kind of feel like I should bring it back out. Let me catch up and stream real quick, guys. 1 second. Well, good luck. Thank you, man. Good night. Getting late. Yeah, you have a go, man. I'll see you next stream. Over again, where would you start? Probably like where I already started. With C and C++. Actually, I'd start with C and get good with that. I mean, I started with C++ and I kind of use it basically like C. I don't know. Ooh, accidentally quit out of that one. On the one hand, I'm like, maybe I wouldn't want to use GameMaker and use a statically typed language and not instead of GML. On the other hand, I'm like, okay, but would I have enjoyed making stuff as much had I not done that? I don't know. I really don't know. There's like this butterfly effect where it's like, all right, you know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but I'm not sure if I did the things I think I should do now back then, if it would be the same thing. Engine, brakes, chips. Because maybe I just happen to be in a position to enjoy code and the low level stuff much more now. You know, maybe I think I would have enjoyed it back then as well. I'll be honest with you. Okay, what is going on here? Yeah, you're the correct data type. So why are you mad at me? Probably because I didn't change this to be whole. Okay. And in fact, we can make these probably read-only. Yeah. Cool. Is there anything else you're warning me about? No, we're not making it public. Okay, so I think this is largely fine. And then we're going to be, of course, getting a reference to the message broker, because I think that's how we're going to be communicating state changes to here? Or maybe it should be subscribing to it. Because I think the UI is going to be emitting a bunch of states out. I don't know. We have to think about how we're going to be communicating information between the shop data stuff to the view components that are kind of just managing representation and interaction. We're acting like a view controller of sorts. But we're going to create the data here first, and then I'm going to start trying to create the views and start understanding what do I want to have happen, and then go from there. We're going to allow that to kind of drive how we implement things. So, cool. We have this. While you're doing that, we're going to make, I don't know, shop view.cs. Okay. Don't do this to me. I don't know what I'm doing. You can't do this to me. And now might be a good time to actually visually show what kind of UI we want, because I don't have any clue as to what kind of UI I want to do in the first place. So we're gonna find out. We're gonna see. Let's just see what we want. So if we're gonna go to Xcali Draw and continue into our little mania that is our project board. I have this muscle memory to go back over here to reactivate the camera, but I forgot that we're streaming here today, guys. We're here today together. So I just have to go over here and press that button on the camera. It's very odd, I'm not gonna lie. And we have to fix our Wacom tablet, which honestly I'm not sure why I haven't just added this to my i3 config on Wake Up. But okay. Okay, we want this command. We're gonna be copying this bad boy. Okay, and then we shift this, and now we're able to just draw here. Perfect. Okay. Close this tab. Actually, no, let's modify our i3 config real quick, because it should be using this. And I'm not sure why I haven't been using this. So let's actually make this full screen. So what do we have going on here? Yeah, we're gonna do, no, not execute on always. Or maybe execute always just to be safe. In case I want to just ensure that this thing is doing what I want it to do. Here we go. Cool. And then the comment is comment makes Wacom tablet work on CRT screen. Cool. And we can save, write that, and then we quit. And now I should be able to like start drawing roughly what this UI is gonna look like, and then we should just be able to execute. So we have this view in the game, and we're gonna have like some kind of thing. I'm not sure how we're gonna go about it. The simplest idea is just have different tabs for the different categories, and just have like a list with a scroll bar here, and it shows like each part, their cost, whatnot. So this can be engines, and then this one can be for the brakes, and then this one could be for, I don't know, the hull. Simple, straightforward. I don't think it's that complicated. And then over here we can actually display the part in a very HD resolution. So like a brake might look like this. If you want to be fancy, maybe we can show like how it looks like in your current ride. So if your engine's right here, we can show like the little highlight, the 3 pixels of your brake on there. But I think this is like the simplest way to go about it. Simplest for now. Because I like to add a little panache. But yeah, we can start with this, and then I can sit down and do some actual sketches for how I want the presentation to look. But I think as far as usability for both tablet and computer, like this should be fine. This should be fine. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. In your opinion, the best programming language, Mike? I think C. Like, you might think I'm joking, but honestly, like, my enjoyment with C is so high. I love C. I mean, let's see. I have to actually make some more significant projects that are not as trivial. Oh, even the one we're working, Riven Done, is not trivial. I don't think it's that trivial. But I enjoy C, and I think it gives you so much more understanding of like what's going on in your machine, and gives you power to write some pretty performance stuff. Let me catch up, guys. At 28, started learning C++ a few weeks ago. First programming too. Let's go, Jack. That's sick, man. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, man. I started with C++ when I was in middle school, and that was cool, and I did some fun stuff with it, and then I just veered off into other things, into Game Maker land, but who knows, man. But yeah, Python definitely is not what I would say is a great language for writing significantly complex or performant projects. Since that's what I know, basically been indie for a good while. For infotech, I don't think you need much game dev learning, honestly. It's so large that everything is very hyper specialized. So going for the usual infotech certifications, like for like IT and stuff, yeah, no, definitely not. That's a very different thing. That's a very, very different thing. Like portfolios is much more important than that. Trixelbit, yeah, it is. Blaze, you remember me? You recall me? It's been a while, man. It's been a while since I've been referred to by Trixelbit. I've been Cozy Cabin Games for so long now. Yeah, I'm sorry if I get back to you guys late. I like being. I want to be productive, so we get stuck in here. But it is what it is. So I think we're gonna have like a two-way street for Message Broker. I think I'm gonna try using. Like, we use reactive properties, but I think I just want to use a Message Broker to relay all the communications between UVUs and this stuff. The reason I mentioned game dev is because I want to use that as a catalyst to develop strong skills of programming, but I just wanted to know the core requirements for getting into this field. It's very, like, I don't even know what kind of core requirements is, because there's so many different things within the field that require specific knowledge. Like a gameplay programmer is going to have some different body of work than someone who's doing, like, I don't know, graphics programming specifically, right? Both technically in the games industry, but require very different types of projects before that. If you're doing graphics programming, you probably want to be doing stuff in your own, like either extensive stuff with shaders in like Unity, or if you want to do much more, get more insight into like what goes on to make things be rendered, and especially in an efficient way, you're gonna have to do your own engine project at some level to understand the whole pipeline and understand different ways of rendering objects. And like, there's like so many different things, like from setting up your own pipeline and the different types of performance considerations you might be dealing with, in terms of how do you mitigate overdraw and things like that, or how do you handle culling? What types of culling do you implement? And that's like a whole separate problem space. And if you're doing gameplay programming, then you're doing something very different. You're not focused on like systems level things most of the times. You're focused on probably prototyping a bunch of different types of ideas and mechanics and stuff like that. And then even then, that's different from, managing complex application states. I mean, it's tied to application states, but it's just, like I said, there's like so many different things in here. And then that's not even getting into tooling, because, it's, the way you work with Unreal is a bit different than Unity or Godot, or or if you do your own game engine. It's a lot. What about Rust? Yeah, Rust is a whole different thing. I've used Rust for like a while, but it's a whole different thing. It's not for me. It's not for me. And I used to be super into Rust too, but it's just, yeah, I'm just not gonna, like there's like, it's great if you subscribe to their ideology of like what makes good software. But if you want to veer off that and do something very specific for whatever reasons, you end up having to break a lot of the Rust rules and defeating the core thing, which is the borrow checker. And once your code starts becoming majority like unsafe, then it's like, okay, what's the point of Rust? What is the point of this borrow checker if I'm just defeating it at every other turn? Aside from maybe just like the syntax or the compiler, which those things are very nice. The compiler is very nice, and you know, but yeah, that's kind of where I found myself. Like I did an idiomatic Rust project, and then I kind of rewrote it to be faster, and I had to break some rules, and then I rewrote it to be a little bit faster, and then that required breaking a lot more rules. And I was like, all right, what's the point of doing this if we're just going to be doing that? So, and then I switched. And as soon as I switched to C++, like I got like a year or two of work, and like Rust done like a week. It was, and it's not like I knew C++. Like I haven't touched C++ seriously since like I guess when I first started it in middle school. And just going to C++ and rewriting that project in like a week or two is kind of crazy. Like rewriting that game engine. Yeah, and I was like, all right, never again, unless I need to do something for another project or repository or something, but not for my personal stuff at least. Anyways, what we're doing. So we were doing something with shop data here, right? And we have this shop data, and I think we were creating this new, in fact, let's just clean up our workspace a little bit because it's getting a little bit unwieldy. So let's just go close other tabs. Cool. And we're gonna make our shop view. I'm pretty sure I have a shop view.cs here. Yeah, there we go. And this guy's gonna be an actual proper mono behavior. Oh my goodness. Mono behavior. Let's clear up this. And then, cool, so we have the shop view and here. Okay, we have this. And then what are the things we're gonna be needing here? So we're gonna be needing a couple things. We're gonna be needing a reference to the message broker. That's just gonna be something we're gonna have to do. Not Borker, broker. And then we're gonna be using UniRX. This bad boy, and then broker is going to be equal to, what is it going to be equal to? It's going to be equal to, what is it going to be equal to? It's going to be application, no, dot instance dot message broker. And then I can already feel the things we have to be sending out. Yeah, so we're gonna have like some kind of message for on item purchased, which is gonna be it's gonna be like a GUID for the ID of the object, and then I'm so used to structs being public by default. It's annoying to have to specify publicness by default here. And then we can specify the transaction as well. Or maybe we don't have to specify it because this is information stored in the GUID. I think that's just what we do is on item purchase, and then maybe some kind of, yeah, we don't have to do that because like we can just search by category. I guess if we want to be a little bit faster, we can kind of provide some kind of enum of item category, and then it's going to be whole, it's going to be engine, it's going to be, what else is there, chips and brakes. E item category. I'm not even sold if I really need this. It's not the end of the world. Like it's like the number of items we're gonna have to iterate through are like so small that any kind of worry over this is just dumb. I'm not gonna even worry about that. Okay, so we have this that we're gonna be sending out to the message broker. Now we have to build. We have to have some kind of private game object, item card, prefab. Now this is going to be a prefab. I'm going to just do the thing of just having this be cached. So if s underscore item card is, we're going to just do the null coalescent operator here to be like, hey, if this is null, we're going to actually do the resources dot load on this bad boy, and it's going to be a game object. When I think of, yeah, we can just get whatever specific component we have in mind for this later. And it's just going to be shop item card, and that's just how it's going to work. Cool. So we get our message broker, we get our prefab for the items, and then we can build this UI given a certain type of state information. So how are we going to build this UI? We have to have some things. So maybe having a category thing is going to be helpful, though, because it's going to give us information about what current tab is open. So this is actually useful. E-cate item category. Public E item category, and then we're going to have the things we got rid of before, so GG's. Hull, engine, brake. Chips, and maybe we might have to have a greater state machine for everything here, because maybe we add like cosmetics for the player directly. So now there's like a shop view for the bikes specifically, and then we have a separate thing for the characters. But for now, we're gonna keep it simple and just focus on the bikes. So that's the most important thing as far as gameplay is concerned. And what is going to be our input here? Also, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Hello, Ankit. What are we coding? We're coding a shop system for our game. We have a different camera view today. Yeah, very different, Samurai. Very different. Very different. But it's okay. You got to have some variety today. You got to have some variety in life. Otherwise, you start stagnating. Hey. First time I see your face, said, "Hi, yeah, Neymar, that's just how it is sometimes." We cleaned up the room. I also want to show off the Christmas tree. And I need to get a new camera stand so I can have it be here. So yeah. So we have to have some kind of model representation for this. So which means that I think we're going to have to get this shop data and have some kind of, maybe make these public. I mean, it's that like clean code thing where it's like, okay, we shouldn't make it public because it means view only code can directly modify the collection instead of you going through the proper channels for modifying it. But here's the thing, I'm the only person who's reading this code and working with this. I mean, you guys are reading the code, but I'm the only person who has to work with it. So I can follow this implicit rule of, hey, these are meant to be read only, not modifiable. It's either that, or we do some kind of symbolic model of state and like chuck these into that object and send it. And if you want to be really safe, we can even make a copy of these dictionaries, which, keep in mind, they're not going to be humongous. They're not going to be anywhere big enough where it's like a concern. It just still feels dumb, but that is a prerogative. In fact, I almost want to kind of make an aggregate thing. Like, this is nice if you want to have direct access. Like if you want to have direct, like if you just want to query a specific category. But honestly, I almost feel inclined to just do just use the abstraction we've made for ourselves and just be like, hey, we are gonna do this private read only, I don't know, list, and it's have it be I shop item and then have it e item state. Either combine them together, or we can have like multiple arrays. And then have the index be the thing that identifies a specific item. So it's still kind of like a dictionary, but it's kind of in a very combined way. And because at least like this is easier because everything is kind of contiguous in memory. Or at least it should be. No, it's not contiguous in memory because we're using interface, and interface kind of obscure that. Yeah. But that's like doesn't matter. We're not going ultra high performance here. We're just gonna do something simple because this is not worth that worry, honestly. But this would be a nice, easy format to provide. Now that I think about it, as opposed to this, I don't know. Maybe am I thinking too much about it? If I do this, I'd have to do some additional changes to the whole because iShop item is not going to contain everything we want from it. It contains price and if it's locked or not, but it's not going to contain all the other specific information we want. Whereas like having it like this, yeah, you know what? Screw it. We're going to keep it simple. And we'll make like a I'm like, what is going on today? Why is my... And then this is not going to have any normal initializers. That's fine. And then we can do our creation thing. In fact, we can have like friendliness between these guys, where this is going to be embedded within here. And then we can do... Nope. And then it's going to be equal to basically... Actually, no. It's going to be equal to... I mean, it's not going to do much, though, is it? Something. Shop data, and then return new this, and then we're going to return, what are we going to do? I'm so used to having clone be a thing in Rust though, but what you can do in C# you usually do like a new constructor and then you pass in the data type you're trying to copy and then you just do it like that. So you can do a new dictionary and then pass in data.hull and it's just going to do the thing. Am I crazy? Why is this? Oh, because it's read only. I mean, you can mutate this if you want to. I'd have to actually make a constructor, don't I? Whatever, it's not the end of the world. We can do a constructor. Ooh. Then I have to make another constructor. Ugh. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Tearing me apart. Whatever. So is this gonna fix it? Nope. Because why are you mad? Okay. No, we're actually dandy. Now I can just do engine. What? Oh, you're killing me. You also have engine state in your name? There we go. Now you should be happy. Brakes. Oops. No, not battery status. There we go. Cool. And now this is going to be... Okay. Return. Create this. Perfect. And then within shop view, we're also going to be getting our private shop data. Yeah, it's not static though. Also, this is supposed to be static. Yeah, there we go. And then application does not have this data here, so we're going to make this like an explicit dependency. Shop data. Shop data. That's just what we're going to do. In fact, what is shop data? It's a mono behavior? No. You're a pure C# class. Meaning that now instead of on awake, which is not going to exist, we instead do this on construction. Using the default constructor, which is cool. Maybe I might move this into like a, hey, use default state, but for right now it's fine. Anyways. So now we have this, and then we can build UI with a shop state. And do the things that we have in mind. So cool. Now we have to actually make a class for this card so we can actually populate the correct information we have in mind. And then this build UI, we're going to be doing stuff. I also want to... Yeah, we're going to have some basic data like current tab, which is going to be equal to E category, E item category, current open tab. Cool. And then we're going to do things a little bit different based off of that. So we're going to have like a collection of items to render, items, or items to draw, I guess, or to build. That's more like it. And it's going to be state where... Ooh. Yeah, we'd have to do like a switch statement for this enum. Where it's like case of a current open tab, and then we have these different categories, and then yeah, and then we're gonna pass the correct thing there. I mean, the nice thing is we still have this underlying thing called CC scriptable item. So we can make it like a list of that. And then iterate through that. Let me catch up in chat, guys. 1 second. My bad. Thank you, Planethos. A speed run? Just a keyboard speed. Yeah, and it's funny too, because I'm not even really fast at typing. And in fact, you might probably see I do a lot of errors, but when you have like an environment that's all set up around not using mouse at all, it's amazing how it just makes things so much more smoother to like interact. On the shop UI, I have the actual gameplay. It's in the previous stream, and I showed it earlier. Let me get to a stopping point first, and I'll show you some gameplay. System collections, generic. That should make this go away. Yeah, item. Facts. Instead of like a lookup table structure, I almost feel inclined to have this be combined into just one kind of struct and have that be the thing. For ease, like it feels easier to have like one collection for some of this logic. I mean, I guess you might want to have things be different in case you want to render things in a different manner. Because we could do this. We can do state and oh no, stop. State dot hull, and then have items to build equal this or dot add. See, Writer does things to try to be helpful, but it's actually not helpful. Actually has to be add range as well. In fact, no, this is gonna be equal to state hull and then values to list. And we have to do the selection operator as well to cast this from to cast it from hull as CC scriptable object or scriptable item, which gets the job done, but it just feels dumb. Like everything here just feels dumb. Not hull x as scriptable item. And this would have to be key actually, not values. So yeah, like this feels kind of dumb if I'm gonna be honest with you. Because then this is only getting the item as well, the key, but we need to get the values as well, and they're separated in their own world. I just don't like this, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So I think what we did here preemptively is actually kind of bad. Kind of bad. So I think what I'm gonna prefer to do is just have a big old list. One big old list. Use we're gonna just use the underlying CC scriptable object thing, not even the interface for a shop item. So I guess we could do that and just have it saying the same overlapping stuff in case we add more things to it. In fact, it might be better to do that. In fact, I'm gonna do that. But yeah, instead of doing this, yeah. We're gonna just do item state. And then public I shop item. So we can just treat them kind of similar, and then if we need to, we can do like a switch cast thing. I think that'll be easier because we can still query things in the list kind of like a dictionary if we really need to. And then this gets simplified down into just like list item states. It's gonna be a new thing. And then this over here is gonna change because we don't need this anymore. And then in our iterations here, instead of doing this, we'd just be doing states.add. What did I call it? What is this term called? Yeah, it's literally just states. I'm not sure why I did this here. Also, I'm not sure why this operator is like this. Like, why do I need to specify the full generic? Okay, so no, it's not specifying the full generic. That's the issue. What's the issue here? Oh, it's within a struct. Whoops. Yeah, it has to be done here. And that's why it wasn't found. Okay. States.add, and then instead of doing this key item pair thing, we're instead gonna make like, I don't know, new this. Can you do the thing like you do in C, where if you have the correct item pair, you can just throw the data in there without having to specify the type? Doesn't seem like I can do that. That is tragic. That's a load of malarkey. A load of malarkey. But it's okay. Because then we can just... Does that work? No, it doesn't work. Okay. And if we change state to be a bit more complex than just an enum, we can always change it and it's going to be more straightforward. And then literally everything we've done here is going to be the same thing. In fact, we can change this to like item, and we can go within these different categories, and then just going through this. Actually, here, and here, and then all we have to do is just change this to be item. It's gonna work. Oh, it didn't add it here. And then finally, this guy. Okay, cool. So we build our item list here. That works as we desire it to. And then finally, we have to get rid of this because we're no longer using that. I'm still gonna have this wrapper for shop state, because again, maybe it gets more complicated, and it's nice to think about it explicitly in the terms of what this is. And it's gonna be I item state, or I shop item. Cool. And then create is just going to be literally state equals data dot underscore states And then here's the thing though, this is gonna be kind of a not conception, but because this is not gonna it's gonna make a copy of the list, so it's gonna make a new list of pointers, but it's not gonna make a copy of the underlying data elements, which means that if we modify this, it's still gonna modify. If you modify the copy, it's gonna modify the original as well. I don't like that. I would like to make some duplicate things. So for states, list item state, maybe make another thing like, what's a struct? But this is the okay, but that's fine. These are, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it because I know what to do with this, and it's not gonna be complicated. We're not gonna make it complicated for ourselves. We're gonna keep things simple. And now we eliminate this whole switch statement, and now instead we can just have shop item, and it's gonna be equal to state dot, and we can do like some link stuff to be like equal to state, but state that's a little redundant, where we have this category as well. So we can do this. We're gonna have to get some. This is gonna be kind of reflective. Type is gonna be equal to oh my goodness. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do this enum of current state or current tab. Current open tab. And then there's like a match statement you can do in C# as well. I forgot how to do the match statement. But basically all we're gonna do is just set type equal to type of, and then we're gonna do hull, for example. Continue on this path. Ships. And then we can do here where x get type, actually x dot item get type equals our target type, and then select to as shop item. Actually, no, we don't even want to do that. We just want to filter based off of this, because ultimately what we really want is not the shop item, but actually the item state. So we're really going to be just getting X, and this is fine, and then it's going to be just to array. Might even be able to get rid of this. Why are we mad here? What is issue? Cannot convert item state to target system collections list item state. Oh, that's to array. I meant to list. Whoopsie. Okay, now we're happy. Now we have items, and then we can do whatever kind of build we want to have. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. with developing in Unreal. Unreal does a lot of heavy lifting for certain things. But no matter what, even in Unreal, if you're doing this kind of thing, you're still going to have to manage this logic in some form or fashion. Like, the state doesn't change. Also, I'm glad you like the tree, Demetrio. We just put it up today. No, it's C#. There's a lot of people asking about Lua. Is it just from Roblox? Also, if you have any questions, guys, we also have a Discord in case you guys want to join and see more progress in the game, and even potentially work with even if you want to try seeing do some playtesting. The FNF command doesn't work. Why is the FNF command not working? What does it do? What is Nightbot doing here? I have a problem with a program. How can I modify it? I don't know, man. You're just gonna have to learn it. Just learn the language would be a good starting point. And then figure out their structure and figure out where their bug is. I had an issue like that with the Codeberg CLI. Even though it's not really Codeberg's fault, it's something to do with like Linux. But yeah, something happened with that. And I actually had to like clone a repository and then go into Rust and not even fix it. Like I just had to debug where a certain directory this is saving to is, so I can just go to that file and do some changes to it. Is Nightbot off today? Is Nightbot not working? Is it refused? Because I'm seeing it do other stuff, but is it getting throttled? Do I need to get like premium Nightbot or something? That'll be lame. Alright, let's just go into, let me get rid of some of this error here. Why are you mad? Default constructor should be supported here. We have this default constructor. Oh, it's private. That would explain it. Gosh, I just want to go back to C, dude. I just want to go back to C, man. Merry Christmas, Burger Kyle. If I recall files right. Yeah, and it's not even because like there's like a Roblox has their own specific flavor of Lua, don't they? Like they have their own compiler that does specific things for that. If you want, for the people who want to see the game, here's the actual gameplay. So, multi-lane game where you can kind of customize your bike and change things like the brakes or the engine, and you know, definitely not realistic by any stretch of the imagination. It's meant to be very fantastical, but there's some weird kind of, not weird, but things that actually kind of happen in cars like brake fading that are factored in here, where if you try, let's say you're about to hit something, you want to stop, you can go in the opposite direction, and it will stop, it will do the job of stopping your momentum, but your brake's HP is like deteriorating, and if you keep doing that, so I'm gonna do it again, and you're gonna see how that bar goes down, and I'm gonna do it again, yeah. So now if I try going fast again and then try doing that same stop, it takes a long while until I'm able to reverse it. So yeah, there's a lot of importance. And there's also incentive to like change and customize your engine. Might even be worth having some things that kind of affect each other, where it's like, hey, the faster your vehicle's engine, the more exacerbated your brake fading is going to be, because hey, you're going way faster, buddy. I almost feel tempted to add like a factor like weight, so it's like, all right, cool, you can just get the most maxed out thing, but then you know, maybe affects weight. So now, like, sure, your top speed is great, but then your curve for your acceleration profile gets even more milder. So it takes a while for you to get to your desired acceleration or desired velocity. But yeah, there's a lot to do here. Motions. I don't think there's any way to do accessibility for motion sick people. If I'm gonna be honest with you, Josh, I think it's either gonna this game fundamentally is just not gonna jive well. Like, I'm not even sure how we do accessibility for that. Like, aside from maybe getting rid of the skybox and stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as we get closer to that 3-week deadline, which is basically 2 weeks from now. It would seem. I don't make any games with Godot. I did a mock-up of this game a long time ago in Godot, but I don't like the engine, if I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's not an engine for me. I get why people like it, but the day I switch off Unity, it's gonna be because I'm writing my own game engine, and I have been writing my own, but I need to get a game done before. I need to get a few games done before I say, okay, let's do it. There's too many games in the pipeline that are built on Unity that would be a whole thing to rebuild. And I already have a game in mind for this engine I've been working on. So we'll see. What's up, Raven Dark? Shop data. So, okay, so we have this basic construct. I think we can't go further until we start building out what our representation is going to look like within the shop view. Because now we have a list of the items we're going to be building. That's cool. But now we need to have some additional stuff. Also, we also need to have additional information within this not item state, but within the shop data. See, isn't it great that we have this wrapped and we didn't just pass a list? Because now we also have to pass in, beyond just like the item states, we also have to pass in like a float for the current amount of currency. Current balance. So that's a thing that's required. And then within shop data, we're just gonna have this here. This guy's gonna have that there. Cool. So we're matching. We're in parity with one another. Very nice. Like I said, it's kind of jarring having this struct to be the first member of this this class. But okay. We're going to rename this to be more concise as to what it is. Item states. And then our current balance. Current balance, get state. It's going to return this. We have to also add this specific thing for current balance equals data current balance. Which, by the way, this is currently public. We should make this bad boy private. Cool. And yeah, so that's gonna be important for some front end logic as well. So gotta deal with it like that. Hi bro, what's up, Lagu? Facts, Unity is so useful and has so many tools readily available. I'd rather use the tools rather than having to remake them all. Yeah, and it's only it's not even about the ecosystem of Unity specifically, because I'm fine remaking things. I mean, even within, like, here's a game for those who are new here. This is not the main game I've been working on. I've been working on another game called Messy Mansion, and in this game, I've basically written a lot of things that are kind of engine level, like features or problems, let's say. Oh, we have someone join. What's up, GBR? Glad to have you. But like, And I keep yapping about it, but it's just like it's the easiest example to point to. We have our own lighting system. We don't use Unity's lighting model or lighting components at all for our game. We just use I wrote my own lighting model for this, and shader model, and all that kind of, and then like CGNC libraries or CG Ink libraries for this, because I wanted to have rendering be done in a specific way. So I'm fine doing that. It's just that there's some core architectural decisions about Godot and the way it's structured and the way we deal with things and the way we deal with graphics code that just does not allow me to do the things I want to do, at least during the time of when I work with it. And I think some of the stuff is still the same. There might be some things that have been alleviated due to the flood of community people, but I don't like, I really want to be, like, I want to be less in the engine as much as I possibly can. And yeah, I don't know. It's just for me, there's, in my little iteration of like porting my dev kit into Godot and making it work there and then starting to implement a prototype, I just found it to be way more frictionful in a way where it's frictionful not only due to the maturity of it, but rather due to the fundamental way the engine's like laid out. Maybe it might be subject to change later on, but as it is, like, if I'm going to be switching, I want to switch to an engine that's going to be molded to my likes and wants and the way I want to work with things, because as a solo developer, there's a bigger cost to context switching, so the more optimized you can make your processes, the better it is. So I would like to go to an engine where more waste gets removed from the production process rather than be generated. That's just me, though. That's me, and I have opinions about things. This is one of them. Items to build, and then we're gonna have to go through. So we're gonna have a couple of different things here. We have our card. We also have to have some kind of like array of tabs. Private, public list. I have to think about how we're gonna do this. But game objects, and these are gonna be the tabs that we activate, or maybe change state of. Headers, we'll just use headers for right now. And this is not plural. And then we're gonna have another one that's just a container. Item container. Probably have another one for preview. Though this I might pass in the specific objects we require. Like it'll probably be like a sprite or a raw texture. Or no, texture 2D. Actually, no, it'll be a raw image component, yeah. Preview image. Asset references. Honestly, these are really the only things that are visible, so I don't know why I'm having the header here, but in case I need more specificity, it's there for a reason. It is. Soggy Biscuit. We can even go through the code because I'm using it partly for this, but yeah, I'm using my own lighting system, and it's not even, in fact, Soggy Biscuit, go through my VODs. You'll find a live stream where I show you step by step on stream how to implement your own lighting model from scratch. Like if we opened a blank Unity project and we started going through the things you'd have to do in the math, the simple math and the power of a dot product for creating your own lighting model for your surfaces. And it's not as crazy as you would think for just a simple lighting model. And then even cache shadows is not that crazy, which is something else we did on stream. So like, the records are all there. All my development I do live on stream. The record's there. So if you want to see how you actually implement your own lighting model, just find the stream where we do that. Okay, that's a lot of streams though. I'd have to maybe find it, but it's there. I know for a fact it's there. Of lighting, are we saying that wrote all the way projection matrixy stuff? I think that's what the other guy is doubting. about ray trace projection matrices, that's rendering. That's a different thing. That's rendering. We're just talking about lighting. And no, people write their own surface, but usually they have their surfaces tied into Unity's lighting system or the lighting system of their game engine. I'm saying we don't have, like, even in this game right now, we're using our own lighting components. We're not using any of Unity's lighting components for this. We have our own thing. And the reason we have it is because it allows us to do specific types of light sources that Unity does not have. So I think there's a demo up here somewhere where, like, we have this type of light source, a line light, that, like, that's not a thing Unity has in it. You can probably go through like Unity's source and try, or not source, but some of the shader models and find like uniforms or whatnot for that kind of thing, and maybe try to hook into to how they're doing their lighting. But like, let's go here, go forward. Yeah, so like a line light that's defined by 2 points and stuff, and we can do other stuff. We can have light sources defined by a bitmap object or something. So like, this is all not using any of Unity's lighting model whatsoever. Even the cache shadows we do are using my own thing for that, which is not that crazy. But yeah. To name variables, I'm so bad with it. Also my bad if the camera's been gone. Yeah, there's a whole... Josh, I kind of feel that, but yeah, naming's always a thing. What was that joke? Like, there's the two hardest things about programming is either naming, and then the second thing is cache invalidation. That's the two hardest things in programming. Increasing speed or just text? No, I just like sometimes I just move my cursor around just to kind of, when I'm thinking about something, I like having my hands do stuff, and I like fidgeting. Instead of creating a game, can this platform be used to create animation art like Psytrance? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Guides for pathing? It could be for guides for pathing. There's types of lights, like if you look at there's a great video about lighting and cinematography and different approaches different directors have, and I forgot which film it was, but there's this film I saw that had like utilized a lot of line light sources for illuminating things, and I was like, this looks cool, and I can't do that normally within Unity. Like, usually people would use like an emissive to create that effect. That just feels so lame. And the cool thing is that, like, eventually I want to get back and try making, because if you have this light model and this functions for calculating, like, hey, you know, you can even use world space to query, like, hey, would an object in this point be lit given like a normal or something? So like the idea is like eventually you can even have, I can implement like a post-processing volumetric fog shader, and I can use the same functions I've created for calculating like the light for objects on the surface of fragment shaders, and instead use it for querying within volumetric space. And you can do some kind of summation for that at the very end for your post-processing. You'd have like this cool like fog effect, and it's very specific because since I know how the data is oriented, we can just do the thing in a much more linear fashion. Because I can make some specific assumptions about it. It sounds like you're still using the game engine to calculate all the vector projections, etc., from light sources to each material. Do you want to like actually go through the code, dude? Because maybe, who knows, maybe I'm just operating with a different definition, right? CC light model, CGenC. Like, because it's like, at the end of the, like what we're doing, like the way I'm doing it is within world space coordinates, right? And for the simple kind of lighting we're doing there, it's like at the end of the day, it just kind of boils down to dot products and then mapping them in various different ways, right? Like you're just dealing with the 3 components of like the ambient, the base albedo, and then like what kind of specular light you're doing. For the things we're doing, I'm not actually doing that. Or I'm doing it in a very different way, but not different way. I'm doing it in a very weird, ambiguous way. Part of it was because I wanted to make this feel like, because there's this thing where like a lot of game engines, you can kind of tell they're made with a specific engine based off how the surfaces are rendered. And I wanted to try to make it feel like this is like a game from a different game engine. And because that, or not game engine, but a game made from like a different system. And that system may have some particular restrictions, right? So by having those restrictions, like there's some weird artifacts that emerge based off of like how that system was like implemented. At least that's like the general idea, right? Which kind of prompted to me to be like, all right, how would I go about doing that? But yeah, like it's a point like it's the point light process for that. Like I'm not sure. Yeah, rage bait successful, I guess so, man. I know he rage baited me. But I'm not sure if that's the intention, right? But yeah, like as far as the actual, like you're talking about how you're translating the data for the vertices and whatnot to like screen space for the final rendering, right? And that's a specific thing, sure, but like as far as the actual math in terms of lighting the surface and how it's, you know, interacting with all the different light sources, that's something that's defined separately. Yeah, we're doing a different setup, T-Money. Slop apps, C#. No, the real crud slop apps are React Native applications. It's terrible. It's terrible. Especially oh dude, I can't. Teams makes me so mad, dude. Teams makes me so mad. Isn't there packages? No, the point is, Dewey, that I want to do the lighting manually. Because there's certain effects you can only achieve if you do that, right? And there's some luxuries for doing that, because then you end up having like your own, defining your own general global functions for the fragment shaders and whatnot, or in vertex shader passes, and then you can add specific global hookups for these things. So if you want to do, like for that game, we had this dirt shader effect, and by having everything hooked into this, like it's very easy to like add additional changes to it, or and like, you know, it helps, like it's nice because then I have so much control. I can make it feel the way I want it to feel. Okay, let me go into the shop level and actually start hooking up the or start placing some UI items, and then start defining how we're going to be setting this stuff up, because I think there's a need for this. I think we should, like, we're gonna start, it's gonna be a whole thing to, like, I'm not sure which assets we're gonna need until we actually get there. So we have to actually make this and then start getting a feel for where these things are gonna live. And then go from there, man. What do you mean that's what a shader would be doing? No, I'm not using that. I'm not using Unity's light maps. Like I have a structured input like for global shaders for the entire state of like all lighting objects, and then some additional global data for them. And then based off that date information, you can have like per fragment calculations for illumination. So you can do a dot product between the vectors. Like for a point light, the simple thing is like a dot product between, you know, the normal of your surface and then that, and then you can dictate, okay, is this fragment lit or not based off of that, right? If it's negative, which means they're pointing against each other, then like, yeah, that's going to be a lit thing, and if it's not, then it's going to be unlit. And then there's other things that kind of vary based off that simple idea of just using the dot products in the surface. It's nothing that crazy, honestly, but it's still pretty, you can do a lot with it. and still can't send text. Teams is this old and it can't even display the entire history of my DMs. It's just crazy. Like Teams on desktop has been so bad. I have it updated as well, like it's the latest version, and I have these fun issues where, hey, my DM history with people is not fully there, and it's sporadically missing. Hey, I send messages on Teams on desktop, and it didn't send at all, but it presented itself as if it did send it. It's a whole thing. I'm not looking forward to. I actually enjoy my day job, but going into the office and using Teams is the one thing that really just grinds my gears, you know? Okay, so we're gonna have our UI here. We're gonna create an empty game object here. And we're gonna create a game view UI HP, and then we have to have, no, that's game view. No, we want to have our shop view. And then here's all the different things we're going to need. We have to have buttons for these headers. Actually, that makes sense. I should make this actually buttons. So let's change the data we're looking for here to instead be buttons. To create solo leveling, because these idiots don't know what they're doing. There's a second time. Was it you who asked that last time? Though, to be honest, why does this suck though? From a second account? What's up, Ankit from second account? For objects, create shadows. Oh, you're talking about cast lighting. So that's a different thing. It's a simple premise. Where like, if you can, and there's different ways of doing it, right? But let's imagine you're familiar with a depth map, right? If you have a depth map, like you're familiar with the idea of a depth map where like each pixel represents like, hey, the distance between you and whatever object it is in the scene, right? So, you know, if it's further away, it's probably going to be brighter, or sometimes it's actually inverted. So it's actually nearer is brighter. I forget which way they do it, but like you have a thing where each pixel is like a representation of how far you are until you hit an object, right? And what you can do is that if you know like the maximum distance you're using for that depth map, you can actually compare. You can compare the space, the distance between like the current fragment shader you're rendering and that distance on the depth map. And if that distance for your fragment is below the nearest distance from that depth map, then it's like, all right, cool. You're actually in cast lighting mode. You're not being directly hit by the light source. But if your light source is at it, then it's like, okay, cool. So you're the pixel that's being hit by this light source. And that's like the simplest idea you can use for, like that's the simplest principle for doing cast lighting, and specifically for like directional lights. Usually where you're doing directional lights where it's a sun, then you're using like a orthographic projection camera for generating your depth map or that kind of matrix specifically for doing that. But if you're doing like cache outs for other things, like let's say you have a point light that's going to be irradiating light not in one direction but in all these different places, then it's the same idea, but instead of having one camera, you end up having 6 cameras, one for top, down, left, right, forward, backwards, and then you have it be in a projection matrix instead of an orthographic matrix, and I believe you do like a 90-degree FOV for that, and you achieve the same kind of effect with it. So that's like one simple way of doing cache shadows, and that's usually kind of how it's done for like dynamic lighting. There's other things too, because like if you do that, like there's some things that emerge. So you end up having a lot of engines implement like the cascading shadow maps instead, where you actually have like shadow maps that are of higher resolution, closer to the camera, and then the further away, the lower resolution they get, so that you can have nice and clarity for things that are very closely immediate to you. But that's just the general, like, at the end of the day, it's just like the depth map texture. I know that's easier. Like, I'm saying, like, me explaining that to you is not probably going to be that helpful. You'd probably be better finding like a C++ like engine dev video that explains like how to implement this. And there's one I watched a while ago that exemplifies the process very easily, or a very easy to understand way. Are you working, learning? Write this right now. I want to ask, I want to make dungeon room simple, but I want to use the same template but random placement like stone or tree, or how make it the same room but always. I'm sorry, brother. I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question exactly. So you're saying, I want to make a dungeon room simple, but I want to use the same template but random placement like stone, tree. So you're saying like you want to have one template dungeon room, but then have different varieties as far as how it appears in the level to make it look very different. It also depends on how you're doing your room, right? If you're doing like a 2D top-down game. So like for Crimson Crown, there's something kind of similar to that, but it ultimately wasn't just one object. If I can go up a while, I think there's probably some video of it. So yeah, so this is a game I was working on called Crimson Crown, and it's a top-down 2.5D, but really it's 2D. A top-down 2D dungeon crawler, and it's a randomly generated level, or a dungeon. So if you're doing with a presentation like this, there's some options you may have, right? You can have some kind of category for what type of room it is, because like your room is going to have different entrances and exits depending on where it is in the general scheme of things, and that's going to influence what exists there. Because hey, you know, you have to make sure you have a path from here to here, right? So maybe you can add some hazards here or there. But maybe a different room may not have that. It might have a different requirement. So having some kind of categorization for that is A, helpful. B, once you have your room types categorized, I want to just kind of explaining how we do it. You can have different variants of that specific type. So for example, I have this category of L rooms, or horizontal rooms, where it's just one room directly from here to here. And you can have one that's empty, but there's a list of other preset templates for this type of room where it's just going from left to right. So there's a possibility that you get this room where there's a bunch of spikes and you have to go in a Z pattern. Or maybe there's another variance where there's water here and then you have to do something with that. Or another variance where there's a moving hazard, you know, around. You can either do templates for the room type, or you can just have that one template and then have a bunch of different objects that are activated. But no matter what, you're gonna have to make some kind of list of variants for each type of room. That's the way I did it here, and probably when I come back to this game, I'm probably gonna keep it the same way. But yeah. Always do Pixar like in your video, but not like Japan. I don't know why it's different. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if that helps out, but that's the best I got. That's the best I got here. List, okay, headers, item container, raw image, preview image. Okay, so here are buttons. So on awake, we have to have some kind of basic behavior for buttons. So I think the simplest thing would be doing headers dot on for each. We're going to do header dot on button on press. What was it? There's like a there's a reactive extension thing for this. Oh, I guess they're using pointer. On pointer click. No. No, that's not gonna work. As observable. Okay, there we go. And then we can subscribe, and then we can do whatever thing we're gonna have happen here. So in this case, in fact, it might be better to make this index, because I think we're gonna have it be in the same order as our enums. So we can do, I don't know, header dot for. Yeah, we're gonna use index to iterate through it. And then we're gonna do headers on point click as observable, subscribe, and then we're gonna be doing we're gonna be subscribing to doing build. First, we're gonna set our current open tab equal to I as button as E category, as E item category. Nope, category. Okay, why is this being mad? E item category, yeah. Oh, I think I have to actually cast it directly. Okay. So we do this cast, and then we call build. And in fact, I think this is being weird because we didn't have a scope open for this. So we're gonna do scope, build UI, build state. Okay, very cool. I guess we have to just do get. Honestly, we could just cache. Instead of hashing the state explicitly, we can just cache it. Oh, I'm not sure. Shop state. For right now, let's just do this. Data get state, pass that in. Cool. So anytime you press the headers, it's gonna rebuild the UI. And in fact, we can do a thing where we can iterate through the list. So if like our list is empty, we instantiate it. Otherwise, we recycle the objects that already exist, just with the new values. So we actually have to have another thing here, which is going to be, we have this prefab. Now we're going to have like a private list of item cards. What's up, as? Yeah, we're doing event listening. We're using UniRX. UniRX is very nice. Definitely, man. Welcome to the and we have like a gym leader system in the Discord for people who want to help out and share their knowledge. Yeah, caching state makes sense. I'm gonna do that in a sec, though. I just want to make sure this works fine. Because then we can have a thing where we listen for the message broker, or the data can, like, the backend can invoke changes to the message broker to say, hey, my state changed, yoink the thing. And it's like very minimal data, so it's like it's fine. We can deal with that. Favorite game? Oof, Little Big Planet's my favorite. From Sculling Swords. Thank you, Dark. I'm glad you dig it. I'm using JetBrains right now. Okay. So, we're a broker. We have this. In fact, we can even do a thing. If we're going to do that, where we just cache the state. Okay, it's not that big of a deal, but whatever. It doesn't hurt to do something a little bit better. What we can do is have a... In fact, we can even have this package in here. Shop update event. And it's going to contain E. Or we can just make it a simple empty struct. And then any kind of modifications to the data, the states here, could invoke this message. So we can be in awake, we can go into our broker, and then we can receive the type of data. We can use shop data or shop update event. Yeah, I think the Nightbot is broken, Terrell. It sucks because it was working before too. So, and I haven't touched Nightbot since then. So, I think it's just busted, or maybe I reached like some kind of maximum amount. But either way, anyways, you subscribe for this change. Honestly, you know what? No, we're just gonna do it in here. This is gonna create shop state. Shop data. And in fact, you know what? Because it's kind of redundant to be like shop data, shop state when this is like an embedded thing, and we have to always specify the outer class to access the inner class. So we can just make this called state, in all honesty. Shop data.state, because that seems more succinct. Anyways, this is going to have this, and it's going to be just state. Like, that's all it is. So we have our state here, and then whenever some change happens, we're going to be notifying it and passing that data within there. And then now over here, we're going to have our private shop data.state cached state, and then on receive, we just do data equals shop state. Data equals x dot state, or is it data or yeah, data. Why are you mad at me? Broker receive. I have UniRX here, right? Yeah, so we have UniRX. That's not the issue. Oh, because you do this within receive, right? No. Oh, actually, maybe you do. What's going on here? Has 0 parameters. Never mind, so I was right. It's actually, you do that and subscribe. Dictionary, what? Wait, why is this saying on error? And 1 second. X state, there we go. Okay, I think I accidentally put an extra parameter there, and that's why it was being weird. Okay, perfect. Not perfect. This is being weird. Why are you being weird? Oh, because I'm assigning data. No, it's supposed to be cached state. There we go. Okay, now we're happy, and then we can add this to this game object so it gets disposed when this game object gets destroyed. Perfect. So now we receive updates, and then now instead of doing this business, we can actually modify this to just use the cache state specifically. So yeah, cool. And then now we can do our item build. And then this is a 0 parameter function now, so we can get rid of that. And this just works. And then now the only thing we have to make sure is that these align with our categories, so that it's very direct and so that these align, the enum values 0, 1, 2, 3 aligns with our headers. So it should be hull, engine, brakes, chips. I think these are, I might even move this around. I don't know, we'll see. Make state global, so then it could be state from everywhere. Having some coding knowledge would be good, but technically you can't just use animations in Cinemachine. You can't just use animations in Cinemachine package. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not catching up the context of everything. Also, we have some new people in the Discord as well. Like I just saw it right now. Introductions. Hello, Frankie Stein. And let me zoom in. I can't read this properly. Ku Haku. Haku. Glad to have y'all. Sweet. Oh. Adarsh Verma. Did I say hi to you? No, I didn't. This applies for you as well. Hello. But yeah. Okay, so we're getting here. We're getting there. Now we just have to actually do the item build stuff. So let's see here. What can we do here? We can just instantiate it once. You can instantiate it once, and then if we instantiate it once, what we can do? Because we can do the simple thing of like, hey, if this is empty, then we're going to do that, and it's going to build what we need. But then if we go to a different category and it has more items than we currently have, we have to build the difference. And then we go to another category that has less. I don't want to destroy it, so we just have to deactivate it. So I think that's how we're going to be doing things. Yeah, I think that's just how we're going to do things, man. That's simple. We just simples. So and I think it's gonna be simpler just to iterate through. In fact, we're gonna have to do this thing where we have I in the outer scope, and you're gonna know why we're doing it this way. I less than, let's say, items to build dot length or count I plus plus. We iterate through there, and then if let's say we need to have item. This is the item container list buttons. We don't have a list for the item cards, do we? So that's the next thing we have to do. So we're gonna do private item. We're gonna use the game object for now. We're gonna change this to be item card. And then we're going to go back to here. Item cards dot count or dot wait, it's a game object, not a list. There we go. So dot count is less than I plus 1. Then we're gonna construct a new one. Maybe we do resources. Yeah, we're gonna instantiate because we have this prefab we're gonna make eventually in the future. So it's gonna be instantiate this, and then of course we have to set the parent. I have to do that later because I don't think we have. I'm not sure if we have. Oh, I think we have the container actually. So it'd be card.transform dot parent is going to be equal to container. Or item, what is it? Iceberger, shop data, raw image, game object, item container. Yep. Dot transform. Honestly, I should just make that a transform, but whatever. So we instantiate this new game object, and we do the thing. And that's going to be the card we do our population with. Now, what we do here, and this is iterating through the builds that we need to do. Next, we're going to be iterating from where we left off here. In fact, we can just do this. I believe. Yeah, we can do this. I less than, and then let's say item cards dot count. So this is for the event there's too many cards. There's more cards that exist than what we're trying to actually draw. So we have to deactivate them. So we're simply going to iterate through the remainder because we're starting off with the I index value after we've created things, and then we're just going to go into item cards dot set active, no, get the index, set active, false. Cool. And likewise, we want to make sure that this is set to true so that, or I guess we could just do card true so that this is visible regardless of its, regardless of origin. This is not happy. So I guess we have to do the else of card equals, because otherwise, if it does exist already, then we're just going to index into it directly. So we're going to do item cards I equals that. Set active true, perfect. And then cool. So that should hopefully do what I desire it to do. And then finally, we just have to actually populate data. Populate card data here. Sweet. Get rid of this. We're not using the CCDK core utilities. It's a guy speed on coding. I think it's just coding, man. Tuning minus drop C. I like so standard tuning is fun. There's a tuning I do like though that's very specific. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's I tune the bottom, I think the top, the second and third string from the top. I tune it the E and D string. I tune it a half step up. So instead of this, it becomes this. And it's cool because then if you do a chord with it, it sounds like this. Let me plug it in actually. Do I have my, yeah, there's my cable. So you can hear it a little bit better than just, 1 second. It's a very nice tuning. I enjoy it. Oh, it sounds better with some reverb though. How much finger you're using? Nah. It's a cool tuning. So that's my favorite tuning. Though I prefer using an acoustic for that. Electric sounds weird for it. I prefer my classical guitar for that. I'm into cybersecurity, but I would love to learn game development because it's very interesting. How can someone learn from scratch? Any suggestions? Just pick an engine and have a game idea you want to make and just try pursuing it. And in trying to get to that goal, you're gonna have to Google and make a bunch of decisions, but that's gonna be much more informative. I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best person to ask, but I mean, that's just kind of how I did it. I wanted to make a game and I just started Googling how do you do that, and then you start going through this step-by-step process of learning and trial and error, and trial and error specifically is how you get better at just coding and all that kind of stuff and making games. Because some of it's like technical stuff, but sometimes it's design things as well. Hey, the idea I had actually doesn't fundamentally work, and now you learned why, and that's some new information to have in your repertoire. I think we need to make this shop item object. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do that. We're just gonna have to do that. Yeah, so I guess it's gonna be make an idea for a game. Even something simple. It could be as simple as just you're here, your goal is over here, and there's an object in the middle that's preventing you from getting to there. You know, if you get hit by the object, you start back to the beginning, and then even something as simple as that is a great way to start learning some basic things. Because then you have to learn, okay, how do you get input? How do you make things move in whatever engine you've chosen? And simple things like that compound. Pick up your violin, dude. Bring back to it. Hey, I'm a 6th grader, and I've been practicing how to play guitar mariachi, but I suck at changing chords. That might be just a thing you have to just grind, man. Maybe either way until your fingers get bigger. That made things easier for me. I used to hate doing bar chords, but now I love doing part chords. Like, now it's just great. I just love, even on an acoustic, it's just, like, it's just, oh, I'm using the wrong, I forgot, this is not tuned the way I expected to. But yeah, I just practice your chords, man, because you can't escape him. My bad. Anyways, and there's no. I'm sorry if it sounds bad, but it's just there's no advice I can give beyond just you're just gonna have to do the thing, and either you just grind it enough until you finally get it, or wait until something changes. I'd advise grinding though and practicing it. My favorite class I've built? I don't know, man. I can't think of any class I feel happy with. There's always something I'm like, I'm not sure how I feel about this. There's things like there's modules I built. There's one module at work I feel pretty proud of. But I don't know, man. I don't feel really content with anything I've written. I feel like there's always something I could have done better. But, you know, perfect is the enemy of done, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to make the thing. So we're gonna make a shop item. No, we're gonna move shop item to shop item.cs. Okay, it's probably gonna recompile something, and then I can go to shop item.cs. No, not static. And this guy for sure is gonna be a mono behavior. And then we're gonna do stuff on awake, I'm assuming. And then, what is it gonna need? It's gonna need a small icon, so we're probably gonna need a thing for like public void, or maybe raw image. Icon. There's gonna be a thing for name. TMP text, which is gonna be name, description. Yeah, and then I think that's like the main things we're gonna need for this. One second, I have to do this like L sit because like my legs are just feeling some type of way. Flappy Bird is a perfect start. Teach input, movement, spawning of objects. Oh, there you go. That's definitely a good one. Makes total sense. Can you keep hitting the wall until you smash through it? It's unfortunate, but that's kind of how it is, at least for some stuff. Wholesome Pirates. Air Programmer is a perfectionist, but what felt the best? Oh, brother. What felt? Let's just go. Okay, let's just take a gander through. Let's take a gander through some file system stuff. So we have this. It'll probably be something in my dev kit. There's a backend stuff, which is pretty fine. There's the file manager, which is kind of cool because it lets us save game data to a known directory so that you can play the goal is you can play 2 different games from Cozy Cabin Games, but they can know if you played the other game, and you can have cool things happen. So like, if you play, let's say, Crimson Crown, and you played Fight and Flight, we can know that you've done that, and we can do like, hey, you know, here's the hat from that game. So it's like a little nod of like, hey, we know you played our other stuff. Thank you. But I'm not even happy with like that. That's gonna have to, I don't know. I have to revisit that. There's like damage interactions. I mean, that's whatever. The lighting model, that's still jank as hell. Functional, that's just some stuff that's handy. Resources, services, or I guess called game modules is what I'm calling them. The utilities that are pretty helpful. The scriptable object thing was kind of came in clutch today because it solves a big issue that I've had to dealt with in the past. There's a bunch. I guess the thing I'm feeling most proud about is like vector utilities because they're super easy to work with. But that's not like, it's a bunch of static classes. That's not anything specific. It's not managing any crazy stateful objects or stateful data. Camera control is jank. This is an unnecessary abstraction. I mean, there's shaders I'm kind of happy with. The object pooling system is actually pretty. If we go here, I actually like the object pooling system we've done. And the time dilation system is pretty cool as well. Yeah, object pooling and some basic. Yeah, I feel pretty happy with this one. I've used it frequently, and it's pretty effective at doing its job. And it's dynamic and flexible enough where like I've used it for multiple games or multiple projects, and it works the way I just want it to. The only thing is I kind of forget how it works, but yeah, this one is pretty poolable object. That's a specific yeah. So you have like this is the issue of like instantiating takes time and is like costly and whatever. So instead of having a game where you make a new instance of every bullet, you instead pre-allocate a pool of bullets, let's say, or homing bullets or whatever, and then like you can repurpose it. So so you have like this object pool or module or service or whatever, and yeah, object pool, and from there you have these specific pools of objects, and then you have an object that's poolable, so it knows to recycle itself back into it. And like I've used it for quite a number. Like the most prominent thing I can think of is for Messy Mansion, because we have a thing where we do a lot of object instances for. Let's find the battle thing. Where is the boss battle? Did I actually do combat in this video, or is it just showing dialogue? Yeah, we have this one here. So you have all these objects. And they're just being recycled. I mean, it's not a crazy concept. It's well known, but at least my implementation of it, I feel pretty happy with it. Like, it's been surprisingly not problematic. Like, I would have expected it to be way more problematic. So yeah, that's kind of what comes to mind. I think that's the best I could think of. When you're doing something that means a lot, it changes because you're always changing and growing as a person. Yeah. I could definitely see that, dude. I always heard computer people say language, but this is generally a different language. I mean, they use the term language. Yeah. I know something about coding. I had the mandatory class in 8th grade, but that was like 10 years ago. Yeah. Hey, man. Like I usually kind of say it within these streams, it's okay. Like, the goal is not that you guys comprehend everything. The goal is that we have like a chill environment. You guys get to relax, and you know, you have some background noise. And maybe this motivates you to work on some projects or learn some coding or whatnot. That's the goal. That's the goal here. You also have to have some representation here, because if it's locked, we need to have an extra state for that. Or if it's purchased, we have to have different representations for that. Okay, so we're gonna have to have a thing. We can just keep it simple, where this just has a public function. Init state, or oh my goodness. No, stop. Okay, sitting like this is kind of a problem. Okay, here we go. And you're gonna take in a shop item state. I almost feel inclined to make this part of a subclass of object, but whatever, of the shop, but it's okay. And then we're gonna do whatever we need to do here. So we can do something like item icon dot texture. Or I guess just texture is going to be equal to item dot. Do I have access to this? So now we have to extend our iShop item interface to be include more of the underlying stuff that we need. So we have this interface. We're gonna need some additional things here, like the common descriptors, such as these guys. Oh, did I make these just fields? Yeah, so these are just fields. So we're gonna make these like properties, I guess. I'd rather do this than have another intermediary here. Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna do. Yeah, day one. Hey, but at least the VODs for day one are still here, man. Stream schedule, it's like Monday, Wednesday, Fridays usually, but I don't know. We're just trying to get this game done in 3 weeks, so, and I'm not working off stream usually. I want to keep like 99% of everything I do for this game on stream. So, yeah. I might be maybe streaming more often than what I'm currently used to doing. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some stuff here. Oh yeah, brother. We're gonna have to do some stuff. Yeah, because that's what we do with the underlying things as well. Okay. Oh, there's a way I could have made it simpler. Oh well. Either way, we're gonna do this. You're gonna be mad because you guys are wait a second, this is not item. We already have a name field for this. What are you talking about? We already have a name field for this. What are you talking about? Also, why is this hiding in spec? Okay, we're gonna have to deal with our custom UI thing later. Get this out of here. Again, I'm being fancy. It's great. The tree looks fantastic. I'm glad you dig it, man. My nieces, we put it up today. My nieces decorated it. I'm so happy. I was surprised how well this 4-year-old and 9-year-old decorated, but they did fantastic. The most I did was just put the lights on, but they put the bulbs and everything. They're great, man. 9:44 a.m. Getting the day started. I'm seeing. Yeah, currently it's just 2:50 a.m. for me right here. How do I feel about chess? I really don't know much about chess, if I'm gonna be honest with you. More of a pastor, but it's cool anyway. A pastor. C++ is fun. C is even funner. I love working with C. C is a good time. Once I get this game done, we're gonna go back to Rivendun and get back to the good old C days. Yeah, so we're gonna do this. you, and for you. And so these are all properties. And now we're gonna make them feel uniform, so it's very clear what's the actual properties exposed in the inspector and which ones are actually just normal C# properties. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I got rid of the I here. Okay, so we have these effectively working as we desire them to. Cool. And then we just need to do this for everything. It's just so simple. We just do this for everything. It's just so simple. We literally just do this for everything. Okay, that's one down. Maybe I should just do the intermediary thing. Maybe we just do that. Maybe I just stop being. It just makes sense in this case. So we're gonna make it F and F scriptable item. That's just what we're gonna call it. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, CC scriptable item is inheriting from scriptable object, and I'm gonna add another layer of inheritance. But this would be fun because it's like linear. It's fine when you do like that. I think it gets crazy when you start having like bigger branches, but it's like only the last node is gonna be where it branches out, and I think it's fine. I'm just gonna keep it either like that. Scriptable item. Cool. Now we have this. Scriptable item. No. We have a new one. We have a new one. That's not it. We're gonna change this. It's gonna be mad. It's okay. You're gonna try to compile and it's gonna be bad. Ryder. Why do you abandon me sometimes? Why do you do this to me? Did I create it in the right directory? I did. No, I didn't. What? Oh, I misspelled it. Whoopsie. Oopsie. Ryder did nothing wrong. It was all me. It was all me. Yup. Appeared right here. Oh my goodness. And you're gonna extend from this. And then you're gonna have the same, this parameter header we have here that we're enforcing for everything. Cool. Nope. And then now you're happy. I might even change the shop UI to utilize this as well. And we can go to shop. We can go to whole. Change this to be. Hopefully I didn't misspell anything. I didn't misspell anything. Beautiful. So all the common data we can get rid of, and then this is gonna be just focused on the data that makes this particular type of item unique. In our case, an engine, it's gonna be the max speed and acceleration profile. Beautiful. And then within brakes, get rid of this data, this, And then all we see is the brake effectiveness and the brake. This is not even required. And the acceleration boost, perfect. And then chips. We get rid of this. And this. And this. Actually, there's no data for chips yet, so this actually makes sense that it's going to be empty. Cool, and then we can go back to our shop view. We're going to be modifying this to be more robust in terms of what it includes, because now, instead of this being a list of, instead of this being iShop item, we're instead going to include our FNF scriptable item. And in fact, we can even get rid of this interface because it's no longer enforcing what we want, because this is going to just provide all the data we want. It's just going to provide. In fact, we can even get rid of, because we were doing this whole properties business, because I didn't want to. We were using interface to enforce this because we couldn't add concrete members to this. But now that we're using the concrete class to add these concrete members. Okay, no, we can make an abstract class, but an abstract class still allows us to have members in this. And because we do that, we no longer need this business. We no longer need this, we no longer need, I mean, we can have the properties if we want to enforce that this is a read-only thing, but we don't need this. We can simplify it if we want to. Either way, like, life becomes a bit easier. Because now when we go back to our shop, where are you? Nope, not this. Like I say, we're not using this interface anymore. Shop item, there we go. We can actually get concrete references to menu icon. Perfect. We can set this, and we can go like, hey, we can set our name.text equals to state.item dot name, and it just works. It just works. And then if we have description, we can attach it here. I'm pretty sure we have a description, do we not? Are you lying to me? Okay, that's another thing we have to do, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. Actually, I do feel like we need to worry about that. Does this not have the underlying class that has description? It does have. The underlying class does have that description parameter there. So okay, we just have to extend this, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Cool, and then now we can go back here, and then we can just do description, and now it's happy. Yay, we're all happy, guys. And then going back to our other class, the view, when it comes to populating data, we just do, well, actually we have to do a couple things here, because now we're not just doing a simple game object. We're going to be making a list of game, what was it? Shop item. I should make this more descriptive. This can be shop UI item, I guess, to specify this is like a view. I don't know. We'll make a better name later. Either way, now we're using this specifically, and then we have this set activated business, which is not going to work because we have to actually do game object to do that. And then we have item cards, which again is not going to be quite the same. We instantiate. We're probably going to do like get component. Shop UI item on this, because this is no longer, we're not going to use that. We're going to use shop UI item. Cool. Okay, I thought I saw something weird. Also, let me catch up in chat too. What's going on here? I know Unity beginner level, but it's even astronomical level to me. What does that mean? Yeah, I'll show you guys some of the actual gameplay too, for new people who are showing up. You want to see what the context for this is. Let me just finish this real quick. Okay, so this does a thing, this does a thing, this does a thing, perfect. And then we do this, we finally do, in fact, regardless of what we're doing here, we're not populating the data here, we're gonna populate the data right here within this iteration, because we're not only activating it, we also have to do card, you have access to the card that should be displayed. Set, update state, and then we're iterating through items to build. Items to build at index I, and that's just gonna work. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have all the logic I'm assuming we need to make this work the way we want it to work. I mean, it's not the full thing. We have to still do purchasing and some other core logic, but at least building a view should work here. Now we just have to actually construct everything in Unity and make it visible. I want to learn AR development in Unity. Can you tell me how to learn? I mean, it depends on the type of AR, because certain devices like HoloLens are going to have their own specific SDK and stuff. But in general, you're probably going to have to look at the XR package. If you're going to, the most simple thing you can probably get access to that's pretty cheap, relatively speaking, would be like, I don't know, a headset that uses pass-through cameras. Not like a Vision Pro, but I mean like even like the MetaQuest headsets have some pass-through cameras. You're probably going to use that. You're probably going to use OpenXR, and then you're probably going to be looking at the documentations there for how to set up stuff. Usually they're going to have, or even a Vive, actually. You can use like, what am I talking about? Vive has great headsets for practicing this kind of stuff as well. Either way, if you use a Vive, MetaQuest, or what have you, or even like the Steam Frame, each of them are going to have their own like SDK you can probably work with. And they're going to have probably a demo project that's going to get you started to just get the thing working. So actually having something display in pass-through mode. And you can go from there. There's also pass-through for phone if you want to try that. I'm not as familiar with that, but it's probably the same thing. You're probably going to use the OpenXR package, and they're going to have something for Android likely. And you're going to use that to do all the type of interpolations you're probably going to be doing for, for example, like getting the skeletal structure from the image, for your hand and doing stuff based off of that. That'll probably be the places you go look to for that kind of thing. Dude, thank you, dude, for that. How can I instantly learn programming without doing any of the hard work or of learning? Thanks. That is so good, man. That's so good, because it's like we get sometimes we get questions that are like that, and I'm like, nothing I tell you right now is really going to be of value, because the value you're going to get is just by doing the thing. Like it's especially now because it's like the age of Google, right? So I'm like, okay, but if you wanted to do the thing, you probably could have found the information and started working on it. But that's a different thing though. But and this stuff is not like that. But like I've seen questions on stream a lot that feel like that to me. So that was hilarious. Anyways, so let's start building our item. So how is this gonna look like? We're gonna have a container. We're gonna have our tabs, and then we're gonna have our containers. Container, And this is gonna have like a vertical layout group, I'm thinking. Or in fact, we can even just add the vertical UI, the vertical layout group. Canvas, legacy, scroll bar, scroll view. Is it scroll view I'm looking for? I think it's a scroll view. That's probably what I'm looking for here. And then within the scroll view, there's gonna be a viewport content. There we go. So that's gonna be the first part of this. That's gonna be our where are you? Oh, we added the shop view here. Okay, let's just change this to be shop view in case we ever expand this to be even more even bigger. But for right now, we're gonna keep it simple. We're gonna have this container be the item container, and then we're gonna have a thing here. We're gonna create our first object, the first item UI. So we're gonna create a just call it item, shop item. And within the shop item, we're gonna do a couple things. You're gonna have a, what are you gonna have? You're gonna have some things. What do we need? TMP, text Mesh Pro text. I know we're gonna need that. Actually, no, that should be a child object though. So we're gonna create empty text mesh pro text and create empty text mesh pro render. Is this what I want? Text mesh pro? I don't even know. Text mesh pro mesh. Okay, there we go. That's gonna be the name. So let's actually name this correctly. This is gonna be description. And then we have to have a, I think for icon, we're gonna use a raw image component, I think, for this. So that's gonna be fine. Raw image, yep. And then let's start figuring out how this UI item is gonna even look like here. So we have this, and I'm not sure how we're gonna make this, how we're gonna size this. Let's just do some test placeholder stuff. And then icon is gonna be some image of some sort. Probably have icon be the most prominent thing. And then the content for this scroll view, let's make it like, I don't know, let's make it 800. That sounds reasonable to me. And then, or maybe you can make this be like kind of like this I'm thinking. So now it's gonna be defined based off of proportions, I'm guessing. Okay, I don't want this here. Can you go away? Thank you. Yeah, let me show you the actual gameplay, guys, because some of you who are coming in or have been here for a while, but I haven't shown any proper gameplay. Let's go to the level so you can see how the game looks like currently. Why are we unhappy? All right. Okay. So this is the game we're making, and it lets you configure different parts of your bike, so you can have different kind of handling and controls and powers, even like stopping time or what have you. Maybe destroying objects too. I'm still debating that. Might be cool to have some objects in here. We have to do pickups. I keep forgetting to do that. But yeah, this is how the game looks like, and part of how this is going to work is going to be that you're going to be able to Get new types of items. So that, you know, when you break fade, it's not as extreme every single time. So you can break hard more often. So right now, if I were to try breaking again, I use up most of it. And now if I try breaking again, you're going to see it's going to take a while before I start stopping. Yeah. Takes much more time than it initially did. So, yeah, that's the game. This is enjoyable to watch. Tried using Unity and it didn't have much fun with it. My core experience is unreal, but I love what Unity can do. Yeah, it's pretty. It's different. Different usages. Different, like, I don't know. Different needs and usages, right? But you can do some cool stuff with any engine, man, which is pretty sick. But yeah. It's fun in the early stages. Actually, no, it's just always generally fun, but maybe not always fun. What am I trying to say here? I like how I can just enforce my will upon Unity and just architect things in the way I want to have them architected. Yeah, pinwheel world. I really want to try doing an Animal Crossing style pinwheel world. I think that'd be really sick. It'll be fun to try, like, architecting how that's gonna work. It wouldn't work like this. This is not how it would work. But I have an idea in my brain of how it would work. Like, you'd have some kind of symbolic model for entities and where they live in the world, and then map coordinates on this pinwheel, and then, or not even pinwheel. It can be like because the way, if you implement it the way I have it in mind, it would work on any type of surface, really. Spherical surface, wiggly, wrapped surface, what have you. Heck, you can have a surface that's defined by sign distance field and then lerp between them and regenerate the surface topology, and it would still work. I think. Or maybe, actually maybe not. Actually probably, I don't know. See, this is stuff you start figuring out when you start implementing it. But we're not going to implement that now. We are simply making the game. And you know, we've done a lot today. So let's actually take a look at what we've done. Git status. Yeah, we got some stuff done. Let's commit our changes so we don't... Oh my goodness, I can't type. Laying foundations for shop. And you push to Berg. And then, come on, Discord, give me the thing. Yup, Git updates. Gosh, I love Codeberg. Looks so pretty. This looks so pretty. Compared to GitHub, ugh. Look at this GitHub update. Gross. Anemic looking. Not even, it looks devoid of soul. This one. Now that's an update. Same commits. Different service. Gosh, I love Codeberg. No, I'm not using Unity 6. And we don't do any AI stuff here. But yeah. Gosh, Codeberg. I'm surprised by how much I'm enjoying my time with Codeberg. I'm going to start deleting my repos on GitHub at some point and moving them there. Alrighty, so we have some things in this shop level that we're seeing. We're gonna be here, here, here. And then we need to add our shop item or UI item. Cool, and we can start adding our references directly to it. Name, description. And then we also have to have a concept of selected. Like, there's gonna be an item selected and it's gonna be displaying the full how it looks and stuff, or stats. Like the performance curve for that. We have to make a shader and display that if you're doing that. So that's gonna be a whole thing. But that's only relevant if we have this concept of selection. So I'm thinking through how we wish to do that. Also, this should be like expanding everywhere. This should expand everywhere. Here and there and every other where. And this guy is going to be positioned like this, where your coordinates are going to be here and there and every other. Okay, no, we're not going to do that every single time. But yeah, like that. Maybe, you know, a margin to the left a little bit, like 180 or something, or 400. I mean, we're going to make it pretty later. I just want it to be functional. And then we're going to have something for the header so we can actually show the tabs. And then this is gonna be the place where we do the other cool visuals, like we're gonna do the shader for the Hermetic Bezier formula. What's going on here? Hey, thanks for the sub, man. Oh, AI assistant? Okay, cool. I don't know how to feel about this. Why? What's conflicting about this? I'm just a dude coding on a project. It's all that matters. They're not matters. There's plenty of things in life that matter, but that's all we're doing here, man. Just making a game. Create folder. Resources. That's where we're putting our prefab for this item thing. And then we have our scroll view and it's sized. We're gonna make this be sized, flex size as well to the container. I wonder how this is gonna work when we have more objects, but let's see how this goes bit by bit. Scroll item. Positional. What do you mean? This is gonna be... Oh, that's like the transform for this guy. I see now. So this is gonna have like... Something always weird happens when it comes to this. I'm gonna figure out how this is, but I think like I think the flexing side, but have it be oriented to top, is gonna be the way we go about this. Actually, no, we're gonna leave this as is because it's actually procedurally set. Dude, I almost feel tempted to just be like, we're gonna have set slots for this. I'm gonna we're gonna manually place this instead of using these components. Just because I keep forgetting how this works, and I keep messing it up a bit. Okay, item, you're gonna be positioned. Am I looking this backwards? Yeah, I think I'm looking at this backwards. Whoops. Oopsie daisy. Because I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure we're doing this in the right way, but it's not. And I was like, oh, we did it. We're doing this wrong. Oopsie. Okay, but this is fine. Because we can just do this and then 800 on the right. Yeah, and there we go. Now we have the correct thing. Yeah, I haven't tried Mint yet. Yo, can you see this comment? Yeah, I can see that comment. And I'm glad you dig the keyboard, man. Are you having fun yet? Always having fun. I'm considering switching to Mint. I'm sick of I switched over from Windows. It's fine. It's honestly mostly fine. There's I had this one issue with audio, but it's fixed here, which is I had a separate D drive that had my repository, and then I was using my Linux distro from there, and like the project runs and everything, but the audio for some reason was just like bugged out. But when I cloned the repo onto my main drive instead of my D drive, it works fine. So I'm not sure what the issue was there, but I mean, it is what it is. So it seems to work pretty well. Outside of that, pretty well. So we have this. Gosh, man, I really hate UI, dude. Like, I almost rather just have like, hey, player, you show up to a physical location, dude, and here's the stuff, and you can buy it or you don't. Like, I'd rather do that than implement UI. Like, if I'm gonna be real with you, man, I'd rather do that. But yeah. Favorite moth fact? I have no facts about moth, but I would like to learn about moths. Oh, that's weird that they don't do that. Warframe. Oh, dude. Maybe we'll do some Warframe. It's been a while. It's what, 3:24? We could do like 20 minutes of Warframe, I think. Because I honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, if there's one thing I do off stream, it's probably this. Because this is like kind of mind-numbing work. If I'm going to be real with you, UI stuff, I just hate doing it. I just hate doing it. I wish I could just do immediate mode UI in Unity. There's probably some library out there where I can do that. But oh my goodness, I love immediate mode, and I wish we could do it. I'd rather just build UI that way. Like I'm GUI or CLay. I'm stuck as I know Unreal Engine very well. It has paper 2D systems, but really I need to use Unity. Yeah, the reason I don't use Unreal, at least the initial reason, there's way more reasons I don't use Unreal, but yeah, Unreal is a beefy thing. Even a light game is going to have a significant amount of overload. So it's like, for example, I can't compile to WebGL. You can force Unreal to do it, but then you have really big sizes for builds, which is not great. Or some platforms don't even let you upload them because they're too big. So like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks for that. But I think like for other platforms, it's reasonably fine. I mean, Actually, I'm not even sure. Because even if you port to a light, like if you port to a switch, like from my I've heard, if you port to a system like a switch, there's actually significant work you have to do to kind of make it run better and not chug. Even if you're doing a pixel, literally in this case scenario, like a pixel 2D game, pixel 2.5D game, which is kind of nuts. So I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure how to help you with there. I can't give you some good help with the transition from Unity to from Unreal to Unity or Godot or whatever you end up going for. That's more lightweight. My Godot's not for me. I tried it. It's not for me. Yeah, thank you, Terrell. Do you have a different icon? Your Terrell changed. Your icon changed a little bit for some reason. Okay, you know what? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do the UI stuff right now. I think I might even want to try sketching this out before I even commit to implementation of this. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do that. I think I'm just gonna do that. So we're gonna save this. I'm gonna commit what I have currently. And I'm down to play some Warframe. Let's see if it performs a bit. It's crazy. With the normal monitor, it runs perfectly fine. Like it doesn't lag or anything. But on this monitor, which has a lower resolution, it's a laggy. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Oh, so what's up, Domino Core? I just saw you join the Discord. Glad to have you. Hopefully this is like the emotes, the bot stuff is working and is actually assigning roles to people. What's up, Martha? His UX before UI. Man, cannot forget to do, yeah, UX before UI is how you get a lot of pain. A lot of pain. I mean, we're not even doing UX. I just want to have the vision for what I want to have happen. But yeah, that's going to be... I'm not a UX designer. There's a whole methodology. There's like the double diamond method that I know of, but don't know it. But I know it exists. UX stands for user experience. Is not worthy of my power. Yeah, honestly, dude. Yeah, honestly. More shop changes. Okay, and then cool. So we have this, and then yeah, maybe we just. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Consider this a helpful little reminder to just stretch your legs, don't get blood clots, do some squats or something, get some snacks, hydrate, and we're going to be doing 20 minutes of Warframe, because why not? Warframe's fun, dude. Why not frame the war? And we're going to have a thing, because when I launch, oh, I push with GitHub? Ew. Gross. No, push Berg. We spit on GitHub. I need to delete that repo and just replace Origin with this. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Beautiful, splendid, scrumptious even. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna stream might die for a second as I open up Steam. It has a propensity of crashing West term for some reason. I'm hoping if I run it here, it's not going to break things. We're going to find out. A test play after the BRB? What is that? What do you mean exactly? Oh, Steam's here. Okay, it didn't crash. We're still live. That's great. All right, so I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Be right back, guys. Be right back. Oh, test play after the BRB of the Steam stream project. Oh, like showing the gameplay off. I closed the Unity project, but I think it should be pretty quick to open up again. Okay, 1 second. Let's go find Warframe. Force me to use GitHub. They're gonna do that. They're just gonna do that. It's okay. You can cleanse yourself of that brainwashing later. I mean, GitHub is a great product. I mean, great-ish. It's getting worse and worse, but it's still pretty good sometimes. But just Coburg it. It's gonna be great. All right, let me go use the bathroom real quick. Be right back, guys. We're back now. We're back. We are back now. Let's check. Let me also update some stuff here too. What's going on here? No. I'm not doing that. Okay, so what are we doing? I believed I moved things to here. Yep, there we go. And I can press play. Let me update the stream too before we actually press the play button. So I'm gonna modify stream real quick. We're gonna change this to be Warframe. And plane. And we're gonna change, I don't know, I'm gonna change the category. I don't know. Maybe we're just gonna keep this as, whatever. Cause it changed the VOD category too, so it's a thing. Okay, what happened here? Why is the screen dark? I'm scared. Also, let me grab my Pringles. Did I press the play button? Where'd game go? I don't know. Let me get my Pringles. You gotta have your tactical Pringles. The open sign. Yeah, we're open for business right now, man. Open for business. Apparently not, though, because Warframe is not showing up anywhere. No food color today? More food color today, Kieran. Kieran, we're doing more food coloring. Actually, here. Ingredients: dried potatoes, vegetable oil, corn, cottonseed. Oh, gross. Soybean and or sunflower. Beautiful. Let's throw that out. Okay, so far so good. Things that are kind of natural. Contains 2% or less of whey salt, monosodium glutamate, coconut oil, sugar. This has coconut oil. It's so healthy, dog. Citric acid. That's orange. That's good for you, dude. Cheddar cheese, blue cheese, buttermilk, butter. Lactic acid. You get that from working out. So like you're not only are you getting some good old fashioned vitamin C or some citric acid, you're also it's like you're working out. They got non-fat milk. Brother, this just gets healthier and healthier the more I read it. Disodium guanylate, that sounds cool. Turmeric, that's in teas, right? Extract color, yeast extract, wheat starch, and yeah, I mean that's everything. I didn't see any artificial food color. This is actually pretty healthy, man. This is basically vegetables, man. What can I say? Log in with Steam. I'm basically eating a vegan diet. Actually not, but it's the same idea. Yep, they sound good. Yeah, frame dip already. I'm sorry, what? No, claim? Sure. Is frame dipping? Is it alright? I think we're pretty good. So it's 3:40, we got 20 minutes. Salad? Nah, chips, yeah. We use Pringles in this household. So, yeah, we're gonna do this. It's gonna be a nice little end of stream treat for myself. Because I feel like I've been kind of productive. I feel I've been pretty productive. Wait. Okay. So what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna do stuff. Also, wrong mouse. Ew, gross. Get this out of here. We're using this guy here. I'm sorry, what? Excuse you, what? Why is this mouse not... Oh, no, we're fixing this. 1 second. I refuse to use a proper, well-adjusted ergonomic mouse in this household. Perfect. We are not gaming on a CRT. Just to use ergonomic things. I refuse. Dude, I just want to get this game. I want to finish this game. And we're going to take a little vacation. I'm going to stream, just stream things that are not, my day job. I mean, I like coding. I love coding. It's fun. And we're going to do some seed projects again. We're going to do some seed projects. Before you go back to work on either Messy Mansion or start a new project. But yeah, brother, I'm gonna take a little break. We'll play some games. It's gonna be great, dude. Okay, so we're going to do some stuff. We're doing some missions. That's what we're going to. There we go. Community. What is here? The old piece launches December 10th. Okay. Tanocan. Tickets for... Okay. Let's just go... This is not missions. This is missions? I can't read that. I cannot read that. Cannot read that. For New Tenno. Okay, that doesn't look like the map. We're going to the map. Yeah, here we go. This is the map. So where is the shiny happening? Where is the things that are shiny? That doesn't look shiny. That looks pretty. What else is there for me to do here? Where is the missions? Invited you in a game? Sure. You know what? Let's do that. What does it say? I need to zoom in. I have to have this monitor zoomed in. Poor connection quality detected. Are you sure you want to join? We can make it happen. Whatever. Clearly cozy. Is this clear enough? It's just the bright light is so bright, dog. It's so bright. Okay, what is it saying? The Thresher. There's some icon here. Is this game stuff or? What is going on here? 200 messages, 1 friend request. Coupon available. I'll check the friend request in a second. All 10 acquire credits. Okay, cool. System stuff, I'm assuming. Systems things. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm not sure if I actually joined or not. Ping is just a number. Like, no. We don't say that. You don't say that. That's like... Oh, man. I caught myself mid saying that. I was like, no, we're not. No. Oh, brother. Okay, so we're just going to go to something that looks shiny. These two look big. They look 0 out of 4 tasks complete. 0 out of what? 4 tasks complete? Okay, let's just go to Mars. Or Venus. Actually, Venus always strikes me as so much more interesting than Mars. Because it's like similar to Earth in so many aspects, and yet it's like the most deadliest. Like out of so many of the planets, it's like the most harshest conditions. What is going on here? Is there things that are required for this? Okay, what is it requiring of me? Complete quest, the teacher. Activate new quests using codex in your orbiter. I don't know how to do that. And then okay, so this is like one thing I have completed. Start building a Texon Sentinel in the Foundry. Okay, let's just try doing that. Let's go to our Foundry and try building a Taxon generator. Because I don't know who that is. But I'm assuming this is our Foundry. And Razorback, that's cool. We're not here for that though. We're bursting. Razorback. Okay, this is not. None of these say Taxon, whatever that was. Okay, so maybe I don't have a prerequisite for that. So what were you saying? Oh, that's the Mars one. Can I just enter this one? Nope. Upgrade, Dreamer's Bond. I don't know what these things are. Complete quest, the teacher. Activate. Activities, new quests, use the codex in your orbiter. What aspect of math do I need for strictly 2D game dev, specifically games with physics like jumping, dashing, and so on? Yeah, I mean that's simple. Trig functions will be helpful. Linear interpolation, you're gonna want to learn about that. That's a very simple, easy, helpful math function to use. What else comes to mind? Linear algebra is more applicable within 3D stuff, but I don't imagine you'll be doing much matrices. It depends. You're using the engine too, right? So you don't have to worry about a lot of the fun stuff like physics and whatnot. I'm sorry, what? What is this? Invited you to their orbiter? Heck yeah. I'll just go with someone who tells me where to go and what to do. Go to the codex? Okay. It says, do Mr. Test. Hello. Hey, we have a person. Hello. Oh, we have oh my good dude, your pod looks so cool. Dude, you have Christmas lights? You got the little garlands? Oh brother, this looks sick, man. This looks so sick. You can do dancing and stuff too? That's crazy, man. I didn't know you could decorate your pod. That's so badass. Let's go. I watched a GDC on how to model jump. They use calculus, really cool. I think this is the one where they actually have to do like they calculate the trajectory of the entire jump and then kind of just move you and step across it. That was an interesting one. Because usually you just kind of model math by, let me actually look at the text as well. Okay, I'm not missing anything. Dude, you look sick too. What is, you have this nature vibe? Like forest sprite looking? That's sick, dude. Okay, you're gesturing. How do I gesture, guys? We have to be, let's not be awkward, guys. Let's be not rude. Okay, so how do we access the gesture? Is this it? No, that's like, it's a quick menu. Oh, okay, here we go. Guys, we're gonna ace a social interaction. Okay, I'm pressing O. Oh no, I'm fumbling. Panic! Ah! Okay, I pressed a button and it did that. Okay. Okay, so Am I reading this right? No, Q. I'm dumb. Okay, so this is Q. And there's a friend. Oh. Emotes. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you. Hello. There we go. Okay, almost there. Oh, we're socialites, guys. What can I say? I'm just so tactful in social situations, guys. Look at that. We're saying hello. What is this? Okay, I want to go back to emotes. Nice. Respect. Oh, you turned into a... Where did you go? He pulled a Batman button in front of me. Like, I didn't turn... Like, usually Batman, you turn away, and this looks really cool. You turn away and he disappears, but he just disappeared in front of me. Oh, he's back now. So what is the plan? What are we doing today? What do you have on our agenda? The more brain off I can be, the better. Seeing as you absolutely, if you don't like it, big deal. Yeah, I'm enjoying Warframe. Warframe's pretty fun. He has a pad. Look at this bad boy. Oh, go to the codex. My bad. Okay, where's codex? Oh wait, this is your ship. Wait, can I just access it from my let's see here. What button can cause this? Tab? Mastery rank, communication, options, exit, no. Gosh, I feel bad. I'm like, I feel like such a dumb butt, dude. There's like a button somewhere that's gonna open the thing that I want. Okay, so there's this, but that's like for friends. Okay, so that's the friends menu. Is Codex gonna be there? No. Do Mr. Test? What's Mr. Test? Funniest thing I've ever seen. Okay, let's wait, let me, what's this icon? Is this showing the platform? It's showing Windows? Is that what I'm seeing here for the icon? Okay. That's me, I think. No, that's options. Or do I have to go physically? Do I have to go physically into a pod? But this is your place. I don't think I can interact with this stuff, right? All right. Guys, I might be just... might be dense, dude. Is there... Okay, there's options here I'm seeing. Just let me... Mastery rank, doing it will give more cap to various resources, as well as allowing your gear's mod cap to start with your mastery rank equivalent. It's a good idea to level it when it shows up. Mastery rank, okay. Mastery rank, okay. Begin test. Are you ready to become initiate? You cannot what? What does it say? You cannot be tested while an mission squad is active. Please exit the mission squad. Okay, I guess I can't do that yet then. Whoopsie. Rank up. Yes, I think I have to do that. So do I have to leave your squad to go do that, I'm assuming? If so, I'll go. Okay, I'll go do that then. Hey, look at us. We're flowing around. Okay, so cool. Let's do that then. We'll do our mastery rank up. Begin the test. And then we'll see where we go from here. So I guess that's what we mean by test, right? Leave, rank up, okay. One second. My mouse is being weird. I didn't mean for it to be weird, but just being weird. Okay, now we're back to business. Now we're back to business. Okay. Ow. Oh. Okay. We continue on, I guess. Oh my god, I can't even hug ledges because they get me when I'm not looking. Oh my goodness, dude, you almost gave me the biggest haircut in the world, chopping off my whole head. Oh my goodness, I'm reloading. Oh, that thing's healing them, isn't it? There we go. Oh, and we just sit down. Hey! Very nice. Sorry. A little snackish right now. Cool. Okay. Master rank and doing it will give you more caps. Yep. Make sure your gear is the best you've got before you go into it as well. Each one will be different. For the codex, you have to go to the menu top left and go back to your orbiter left table for the codex. Orbiter left table, you said. This is left, right? Hey, this is the codex. Okay. We're learning. We're learning. And then the teacher, is that the one that's called the teacher? Yeah, the teacher. That's the one they want me to do. So I can begin it. So I can begin missions directly from the codex. That's cool to know. I thought you had to just go to the map and do that. Oh, what's up, Mushroom Head? Hello, Mr. Mushroom. Oh, we got like cinematics for this too and everything? Wow. So is this a Predator's Badlands kind of thing? Oh, we accepted a mission, but do we have to go into, do you have to go to the map to actually go there now? Okay, now we have the thing. Nope. Okay, sweet. Let's go find the source of that signal. Alright, so I suppose I should have to do that mission then? No, it's not my game, dude. It's not my game. We're ending the stream right now. I'm just playing a game right now to just enjoy and relax and unwind from a couple hours of Devon. In the beginning, all you should really worry about is doing quests and completing your star chart, but the biggest thing is to enjoy the game. My favorite part is helping new people, to be honest. Thank you, man. I appreciate the advice, though. That's definitely, I feel it's very weird. Getting into this games where there's a lot more history and depth to it, it's a process. But this has been everyone's been super helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Where is this is glowing, isn't it? The teacher, here we go. Thank you, game. Yeah, like, I don't know. Actually, I played other games too, like Tekken, where getting into it is very... I think I have a negative feeling of that game, or just fighting games in general, just because, like, part of it is just getting so frustrated. And then having them cheese you. Just... Nothing's worse than doing the ditto and just getting mollywopped. It's like, okay. This is chill. This is like, oh, I'm happy. This is, we're not enemies. We're not trying to rip each other's throats out. We're just trying to have a good time. That's pretty sick. I messed it up. That's what I was supposed to do. Okay, you're not dying as instantly as I would have expected. It's okay. It's okay. We can adapt. Maybe I should have probably... We're gonna follow the yellow dot of truth. We're just gonna follow the yellow dot of truth. Do we just chop him in half? That's pretty wild. Okay. So we're going there. I love that middle click thing to just kind of guide it. Okay. Let's open up, please. Big hacking man. Big hacking man. Big hacking man. They don't want you to know, but hacking or doing exploits in C is actually just that easy. You just have to press the space button at the right time. Look at that. Look at this environment, dude. It's innocuous. It's not that big of a deal, but it's just cool to me seeing the tree roots kind of peeking through this and, like, I don't know. There's so much little details I enjoy about it. It looks sick. Okay, I feel like I'm getting peppered more and more. This gun feels like it's doing a little less than I'm used to. Nope. Something over there. Okay, I'm assuming that's a grenade. There you go. Express delivery. I gotta say, I feel like the reason I'm enjoying this, especially after deving streams, is that, like, it's weird. It's kind of weird to describe this, but I feel like I don't know how to describe this, but it feels like when you're programming, especially publicly, I feel like I'm under way more scrutiny. But here I'm like, I'm just a newbie. There's no ego, there's no ethos or anything. Like, it's just, I'm a dude trying to play a game, and it's okay if I suck at it. It's all right. We're just here to game. A Kurodon finds a jugular. I'm here to kill you. Nice. Okay, we're seeing this thing here. I'm not sure what we're doing. Can I shoot at it? Is that friendly or enemy? I think it's enemy. Oh, I got grazed. I got grazed. Okay. I should probably use my abilities, shouldn't I? Yeah, I realized right when I was about to get hit, I was like, oh, we have abilities, don't we? Okay, the salt and pepper is not working out for us. I gotta get up close and personal for this. Yeah, it's chopped. It's because of the monitor.
It's not your fault. We shall see.
Enemies do get stronger as you go deeper into the star chart. The quest you're currently on should teach you a little of modding, which is the main way of getting stronger. Okay, so that's the point of ignorance right now is modding. I'm aware of the Forge. Now we're gonna be learning about modding. Yo, what's up? You remember me? Block sale. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry, man. It sounds familiar, but it does not click. It's about to click, but it doesn't click. The icon does. The icon is what feels. No, box sale. Yeah, this isn't even 30 frames per second. Yeah. I'm not even sure where we're at right now.
I have disabled your Warframe's abilities. Oregon tricks won't help you now. Pick up that weapon.
Pick it up. Pick it up. I got a sniper. Okay. Freaking me out, man. Ah, he got me. I'm bringing a gun to a knife fight. No. Come on. Okay, where did you go to? No. Oh. Okay. We proved our credibility. Yes, sir. Okay. So he's a friendly man, Mr. Mushroomhead. Oh, he's our teacher. That's where the title comes from. Huh. Are these just polygons? Yeah. I mean, it's always polygons, but... yeah. Simple but effective. Submissives. If I join the Discord? Yeah, you can join the Discord. Help you and others where I could, if there's something that's just Yeah, so we have a just gym leader system in our Discord, and it's for people who are knowledgeable about whatever subjects. It could be about tech, it could be about games, even like Pokemon or whatever. And we have a little forum there where people can just ask questions if anything piques your interest. So that sounds good to you, or of interest, feel free to join. It's open to everyone. What am I doing? Oh, I'm shooting. Okay. Oh, so this is the modding thing, huh? You're mentioning. Ooh, look at this. Look, they have CRTs in the future. Look at that. Look at that. They got these bad boys in there. They got these bad boys rocking in here. Okay. So Arsenal. Actually, no, it's just the Arsenal, right? It's not modding, is it? Why is this being weird? Okay. So what do you want me to do? Select upgrade. Where does it say upgrade? On the Thornback. Okay, here we go. I have to look in the side monitor to be able to understand what any of this says. Okay. Is this the modding? Equipped Stormbringer. Okay. Stormbringer equipped. Oh, I have to drag it. Hey, and there we go. Exit. Okay. Mods. Okay. Cool. So I imagine we have to use a different mod for these. They sound different. Magnetic elemental damage. So back to the mod time. So we solve all our problems here through mods. That's what it seems like to me. The Thornback. Oh, so you can combine them. So these are like an additive process. So it's not just you have these components together, but they actually interact and do something different. Yeah, because boop, boop, boop. Beautiful. Nice. So is there a visual language for the effects of this, of what's it's weak to? Because I'm not gonna lie, these shields look very similar. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, on this. Okay. I do miss the sword, though. This is packing more of the punch I was having earlier. All right, Sensei, you just stay over there and meet shield range. Did you just get up just to fall over again? Like, what was that? Oh, he's still falling over. Why are you doing that, man? Why are you doing that, buddy? Oh, you want me to go mod it right now? Okay. Let's not fall into space. Thank you. And then upgrade this again. No, we can't upgrade my Warframe. Oh, we can do general upgrades to our Warframe too. So this is gonna do something. Okay, there's specific slots, I'm assuming. What do you do? Vitality, so more health, I'm assuming. That's cool to know, man. Okay. So not only can we do this to our weapons, but on our general frame as well. That's cool to know. See, I thought it was just a weapons thing, but now this kind of expands possibilities. There we go. Jeez, they take a lot though. They're still taking a bit more. I mean, it would help if I actually hit them though. There we go. Okay, what are we doing? That's a chasm. Cool. Love to see it. Where's our sensei? Thank you. Corpus. So take this. Okay, we got it. All right, hopefully you don't die, Sensei. Though, feels very death laggy. Okay. I'm just gonna take things. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm known to have these on occasion. Did you notice the mod segments we got when you first found me? Of course I knew about mod segments. It's rudimentary. It's just okay. These guys are not. They're taking a lot more. Okay, I guess I just leave. Yeah, because there seems to be a... Okay, we're just gonna keep going. Just look at the fire effects. It looks funny to me. I don't know why. Okay. Nice to love to see it. Thank you, man. All right, so now we got mods, dude. We got mods. What does it say? Ha. Yep. We got the thing. Nice. Maximum power. All right, maximum power it is. So this is where we do our mod stuff. Significantly different looking apparatus, but hey, not gonna knock it. It did mention something important earlier regarding mods. Unsure if you saw it. Let me go up. You want to try to match the priority of your mods with the slots on your frame or weapon. It'll double the cost if it doesn't fit, but half shares match if it doesn't have the shape. Huh. So the order matters for mod segments? Wait a second. Okay, so this is inventory and mods. Okay, and then what do we do here? You can dissolve these. Select 2 Stormbringer duplicates to dissolve. Okay, we have these 2. Confirm. Okay, increase it by 2. Confirm. Okay, what do we do? For the purpose of this tutorial, please select unselected mods. Okay. So we can do another Stormbringer. Fast hands. I like that idea. I'm assuming it's faster reload speed. Yep. I'll take that. I want some sword though. I want some sword fighting. Healing. Heated charge. I'm assuming that's what it says. Yeah, heated charge. Point strike. Okay. Cool with that. Order also matters, mainly for elements, as combining different ones produce different results. Other than that, not really. Okay. Endo, which can allow you to upgrade, which is all you should really do with extra mods. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is going to dissolve our mod then. They want us to select something else. So what? Is there any duplicates here? It's asking us to select 2 Stormbringer mods. No, that's Deep Freeze. Am I doing this wrong? Did I dissolve them already? Oh, this is equipped though. Okay, we're just gonna go back real quick. Go to Navigator and claim. Wait. CN Dreamer Bond. Navigator. Oh, is it not going to let me because I'm in the middle of this? Okay. Okay. Confirm. Okay. So we got Endo, increase rank, select a mod, and then select Fusion. Okay. So what are 2 mods we can fuse? Point Strike. To upgrade via fusions. Okay. Fusions. Apply fusion, so we increase the rank of it. Okay, there we go. I'm just being a little goofball. Okay, I understand now. Alright, Vita's Junction. I'm just seeing a comment says no. What's up, Shristy Single? Or Sing? Glad to have you here. Dissolves in water, kind of cotton candy. So which junction? Wait. What was the junction he said? You're Noko now? What's a Noko? Don't. Oh, I already upgraded. My bad, dude. How are you? And my name is Shristy. Okay. I'm doing pretty good, man. We're at the end of tail end of a stream. Tail end of deving, and now we're just playing some games to relax a little. And actually, I think I went way over my 20-minute mark. Brother. I'm telling you, once you get the game out in 2 weeks, I'm gonna do some streams where I just play games and like relax a little bit. I'm probably not gonna escape programming because I love programming, but I want to spend more time playing some games. Now I wait 3 days. Noko's a Warframe and you can build more. Oh, cool. I'm building my... It's kind of... Okay, so this is interesting to me. You guys are talking about, like, Warframes as if you're, like, projects. Like, things you're actively working at. You know, you don't have it done yet, but you're doing some effort to make this thing happen. That's pretty cool. Huh. I need to learn more about different frames. But I need to also just learn the basics of this. I need to learn the basics of this, game as well. So this needs stuff. I'm sorry, man. Go to okay, let me go read. Dream Bond mod. Okay. Go to navigation. Okay, I believe in navigation right now. Trying to learn more about the frames might lead you to spoilers. Gotcha. Oh, reliable. That's what we're doing. Okay. I'm at Navigator. I believe I am, at least. Oh, never mind. It says I was scrolled up. Do the final test? Okay, final test. I'm sorry, I must be the most frustrating player. My bad, man. In the future? Yeah, sure thing. Add me, man. I like how casual they are. Like, yeah, of course, dude. Dead or alive, you know? I know it's so easy for you. We're just not gonna even work. Let's make it even harder. Yeah. I'm gonna just keep swinging until we finally hit something. is lag. Wait, my stream is it stream or Steam? You're saying that's lag? Probably stream, I'm thinking. So this game seems to have like some element of stealth if you want to play like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with that later. I've almost tempted to try using a different, like try changing my distro. Or just have a different machine handle the capture card or rendering. Not capture card, handle OBS. I need to get a capture card though at some point. Hey, maybe the game sells enough. I can use as an excuse to get a capture card. Another one. Ow. That's nice. I just get to slice him up. Or I get to stun him and be like, alright, just wait there for a second while I reload. Mama's gotta reload. Okay, what am I doing? Oh. Ah! Oh, nope. GG. I need to play some more. I think it's pretty consistently pretty slow across other games. I think it's something to do with OBS. I was looking online and they said that it's partly due to just because OBS used to have a thing specifically for NVIDIA drivers or NVIDIA graphics cards, but then does really high performance. But that's deprecated now, and now we just have to deal with like a slower version. I need to do some tests or something because I want to have games, because this shit is unacceptable, honestly. So I'm not sure what to do here. Like I almost feel inclined to do like what I did on my Windows machine, which is write my own video capture device. No. No, no. There we go. I was getting peppered alive. Oh, he's coming. Go, Sensei. Or expire, by the way. Really? Oh, come on. Oh, really? Wait, we were fighting the dude? Wait. First of all, you need to stop. I have bigger fish to fry than you. Wait, he turned on us? What happened? I mean, it's kind of cool because then that little interaction we had before is kind of like a cool precursor, and now like from a design perspective, it's nice because you get to validate the skills that you were tested on earlier. Just kidding. I really wish I paid more attention to the story, because I feel like this would have been a bit shot. It's shocking for me as is. Oh my goodness, I actually got hit by that. Oh no. Whoopsie. Comboed myself into death. Okay, he did the disappear. He did the. Oh wait, what? Oh. I feel like I'm playing so lame right now. I'm just dodging and hitting and melee. I think I'm just using the gun just because that's what I was using before for the tutorial. Was focused on that. But do something. I'm sorry, man. He's back alive. He's back alive. No. No. Oh my goodness. Don't hurt me. But I feel like there's quite a lot going on narratively here that I'm just not paying attention to or privy to. Yeah, I would have assumed, like, usually the default is like, alright, you have the teacher, and then the teacher teaches you some stuff, and then... Like, you think about, like, Tale of Zorro, that's kind of like that. But this is like, if you had the Tale of Zorro, but then at the very end, you're actually not fighting the general. But instead, you gotta beat the dude. Yet, he turns on, he's like, there can only be one Zorro, and then starts beating your ass. Beating your butt. Okay. Am I out of... We were gonna fight like real men with swords. What do you mean, let's talk? Unless this is like a selfless act and he's just like trying to offer himself up to you. In which case that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, we're just gonna do the slicey slice. If you think about it, really. We're just gonna slash. Is losing. Oh my god, yep. Goodbye. And we go to the yellow. Ah! That almost got me. But I was a little too slow. I bet you didn't count on that. Okay. Oh, no, get out, go. Okay, we're just gonna... Okay, I prefer not Oh my goodness, whatever. I can't even, I'm not even seeing my health right now. I feel like I'm doing so bad. But my screen kind of crops it. My CRT. It's pretty rough. So, I guess I'm just going to have to rely on either looking at the stream. Okay, do we not? I'm not sure why my weapon... Oh! I do have ammo for it now. Cool. Now, what did you want me to do, lady? I forgot. There we go. That's more like it. What am I supposed to do? There we go. Oh, he said 10-0. Okay. Okay, I can solve puzzles. I can solve puzzles. There we go. Ow! Where'd you get here? I need to have peace and quiet if I'm going to be solving these 500 IQ puzzles. Oh, I have a shield, don't I? I just realized I have that. And I haven't been using it, have I? Okay. What kind of reactor are we dealing with here? We're supposed to hit it? Oh, okay. Did I just put my... Am I in the center of Chernobyl here? Like, I'm on fire still. Is that normal? Like, I don't feel that's really good for my health, dude. Oh, let's go. Okay, the Tenno are back and we're leaving so we don't die. I'm freaking out. Okay. Yep, nope, don't worry about it. Hey! No, I don't want to skip cinematic. We're gonna keep it. Oh yeah, let me. I don't know why the Discord link is being weird. So let me try. Oh, I'm moving this around. Oh. I'll post another Discord link. I don't know why it's not working. It should be a persistent thing, but I'll post another one. Once you're more comfortable with the game, thank you, man. Yeah, this is a fun process, though. Dun 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 dun. Let's go, dude. Let's go. All right. So we have some new stuff here. I'm gonna have to take inventory at some point and actually see what I got going on. And cosmetics? Nora's Mix, Dreams of Dead. Oh, is it like a... Oh, I'm sorry, I cut off the thing. Wait, what is this time again? Also, wait, what is this? Is that time again, dreamers? What time? The teacher's completed. Yeah, we completed the teacher. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is the cosmetic stuff. Cool. I'm assuming this is cosmetics. Battle pass. Gotcha. Gotcha. This has been pretty fun, dude. Let me go deal with the Discord thing real quick. I'm gonna post a new permanent link and we'll use that. I don't know why it expired. Invites. Create invites. Edit link. Expire. Never. No limit. Copy. Here you guys go. Here you guys go. That was fun though. That was a fun sesh, dude. It's late though. It's almost 5 o'clock a.m. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me company. Thanks for hanging out with me. And both in the game dev we're doing earlier today, the programming, as well as some Warframe to end the night off. It was very fun. It was a very different stream too. I'm not used to. I've been so long without showing my face, so it's kind of nice to do something a little different once in a while. And yeah, man. Oh, friend invite. Who do we got this from? Details. No, is that? No, that's inventory. I'll go through my friend requests real quick and add people before I forget. Hey. How do I accept? Oh, is this pending? Accept all. I'll gladly accept some new friends in this game. Nor is your battle pass completely free and gives you good loot. Importantly, it has both cosmetic and functional things like slots for your gear. Oh, okay. So I was thinking it was just cosmetics, but no, there's actually some purpose in it. Okay, sweet. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for the company. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Merry Christmas, by the way. Merry Christmas. And until next time, stay cozy. Bye-bye.